Thinking of that, he got nervous and stopped to observe her vagina. Zheng Wenmei had no idea what her boyfriend was doing, but enjoyed the sexual pleasure. When her boyfriend saw her red vagina, he was mad. Zheng Wenmei did have sex with someone else last night. Her boyfriend was in a rage now. He loved Zheng Wenmei so much that it was hard for him to accept it, and he wanted to vent his anger at her. Therefore, he attacked Zheng Wenmei again. Although Zheng Wenmei thought that it was painful, she still enjoyed it, and moaned with sexual pleasure. However, her moans, which were supposed to be encouraging and exciting, now became sarcastic in her boyfriend's ears. She must have moaned like that last night. He thought to himself. Am I good? He asked.
Yeah.
Zheng Wenmei said. Am I better than the man who F***ed you last night? He asked himself but didn't say it aloud. He made up his mind to dump Zheng Wenmei. Although he loved her deeply, he couldn't accept the fact that his beloved woman had sex with another man when they were in a romantic relationship. However, even though he was going to dump her, he would *ck her as hard as he could to punish her. At this moment, Zheng Wenhao arrived. He came to deliver some food for Zheng Wenmei, because he didn't want her to eat takeout. However, he heard a man and a woman's crazy moans of sexual pleasure when he came near the door. He was annoyed at once. He knew that Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend must be inside making love to her. Without delay, Zheng Wenhao took out the key and opened the door. Hearing the sound of the door opening, both Zheng Wenmei and her boyfriend were scared and shocked. Before they could dress themselves, Zheng Wenhao walked in, and they were still in the same position on the sofa. Wenhao? Why did you come in? Get out now! Zheng Wenmei shouted in panic. It was super embarrassing for her older brother to see her like that. What she didn't know was that Zheng Wenhao had already seen her naked body last night. Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend left her body at once and covered her with her sleeping gown. Zheng Wenhao, on the other hand, didn't think that he was an intruder. He dashed over and punched Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend with great force. Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend was struck dumb. Why did Zheng Wenhao punch him? He was Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend, and it was very normal that he would have sex with her. He wasn't raping her. Did Zheng Wenhao have to be so mad? Nevertheless, Zheng Wenhao didn't stop, and tried to punch Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend again but failed. Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend caught his fist and stopped him by force. He was stronger than Zheng Wenhao, so Zheng Wenhao wasn't able to move. Zheng Wenhao, what are you doing? Wenmei is my girlfriend, and it's very normal that we have sex. You don't have the right to punch me, he questioned Zheng Wenhao in anger. Wenmei is mine. She's mine and nobody can touch her except me. Zheng Wenhao lost his reason and yelled. What? Zheng Wenmei and her boyfriend was stunned. All of a sudden, Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend realized that Zheng Wenhao was the man who had F***ed Zheng Wenmei last night. Zheng Wenmei was Zheng Wenhao's half-sister. In Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend's eyes, it was even more unacceptable that Zheng Wenmei had made love with her half-brother instead of a strange man. If Zheng Wenhao was so terribly possessive of Zheng Wenmei, it was highly possible that they had made love many times before. Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend slowly turned to look at her with astonishment, but Zheng Wenmei knew nothing about it, because she was drugged every time. Wenhao, are you insane? Zheng Wenmei couldn't believe it. She hoped that Zheng Wenhao didn't mean it, or that she heard it wrong. Wenmei, you're mine. You're mine. You can't have sex with any man but me, Zheng Wenhao said in a domineering tone. What? Zheng Wenmei was shocked. Zheng Wenhao, you're a sick jerk, and you F***ed your younger sister. Zheng Wenmei's boyfriend was furious and punched Zheng Wenhao in the face. Although he loved Zheng Wenmei and had deep sympathy for her, he couldn't tolerate it and felt utterly disgusted now. Wenmei, I think we're done. Zheng Wenhao, I won't tell anyone else what you've done, but the truth always comes out. Good luck, he said, then dressed himself as fast as possible before he left. He wasn't a backstabber, so he wouldn't say anything, but they were really disgusting. Once he was gone, Zheng Wenhao pressed Zheng Wenmei down and sexually assaulted her in all kinds of ways. Zheng Wenmei wanted to struggle, but she was too weak to do it. In the following hour, Zheng Wenhao penetrated her again and again with violence. At this moment, Zheng Wenmei wished that she were dead. It was beyond her imagination that her half-brother would force her to have sex with him. An hour later, Zheng Wenhao gradually got his reason back. When he realized what he had done, he removed himself from Zheng Wenmei's body in an instant.
I'm sorry, Wenmei.
Zheng Wenhao wanted to explain but didn't know how because the damage was done. Why? Why did you have to treat me like that? Why? Zheng Wenmei lost control of her emotions and burst into tears. I love you. I know that I can't do that, but I lost control of myself. I got jealous every time I thought about you having sex with other men, Zheng Wenhao said. He was also in pain after falling in love with his half-sister. Their immoral relationship wouldn't go anywhere. But he couldn't control himself. Actually, he was old enough to be married, and his parents had urged him to do so many times before, but he had no interest in other women. He was deeply in love with Zheng Wenmei, which already affected his life, but he was willing to accept it. The only thing he felt sad about was that he couldn't marry her. No. Zheng Wenmei resisted it. She curled up her body and covered her head with her hands, crying loudly. They were brother and sister. The fact that they had sex with each other was immoral and illegal. However, they just did. How should she face her parents? Zheng Wenhao hugged Zheng Wenmei in his arms, trying to comfort her. But Zheng Wenmei looked scared once he touched her. Don't touch me. Wenmei, please. Please don't chase me away. I promise I won't do it again. It's all my fault. Zheng Wenhao apologized. Whether what he said was real or not didn't matter. He had to calm Zheng Wenmei down right now. Leave me alone. Zheng Wenmei shouted at him. Wenmei. F***ck off. Zheng Wenmei burst into tears again. Sure, I'll leave right now, but please don't hurt yourself or tell our parents, alright? Zheng Wenhao begged. He couldn't bear the result if their parents found out. Zheng Wenmei remained silent, and Zheng Wenhao took it as a silent agreement, so he left afterwards. A short while after Zheng Wenhao was gone, Zheng Wenmei took out a large amount of sleeping pills and swallowed them. Gu Ning's teacher called her at 3 p.m. and told her to meet them at the Blue Sky Hotel at 10 a.m. The Blue Sky Hotel was a 4-star hotel, and all the participants would stay there. They were high school students, so there was no need to arrange a 5-star hotel for them. A 4-star hotel was good enough after all. When Gu Ning arrived at the Blue Sky Hotel, it was super crowded with people everywhere. Every city sent 3 students as its representatives, so there were over 100 students who gathered there this afternoon. They had already attended the final contest in their own cities. Gu Ning was the only one who directly came to attend the national final round. This national competition was divided into the preliminary, rematch and final. The preliminary was a written test, and only 50 students could enter the rematch. In the rematch, questions would be projected onto the blackboard. Participants would do calculations while looking at the blackboard, which was no different from a written test. The final was a quick answer game. Questions would still be projected on the blackboard, but whoever had the answer first would be the winner. Once Gu Ning walked into the Blue Sky Hotel, she heard noises of an argument in the hall. It turned out that someone didn't want to stay in the Blue Sky Hotel, but a 5-star hotel. I don't care. I'm going to stay in a 5-star hotel. I don't need you to pay for it for me. I can afford it myself. It was a girl who was arguing loudly. Without a doubt, she must have been born in a rich family. She would rather stay in a 5 hotel by herself than stay with others in the Blue Sky Hotel. Song Xiao, don't be such a naughty child. All the participants must stay here so that we can make sure that you are safe. I know that you're from a super rich family, but you're not familiar with City B at all. What if something bad happens to you? What should I say to your family? A young man snapped at her. He was her teacher. I'm not a kid, and I can take care of myself. Song Xiao argued. You can't stay in another hotel by yourself. You must stay here with us, the male teacher said with a serious face. You! Song Xiao was mad and refused to give in. If you don't allow me to stay in a 5-star hotel, I'll quit. Saying that, she turned around to walk away. Stop right there. The male teacher was also mad. You want to quit? No problem. I'll send you back to the capital in person. You. Song Xiao was struck dumb for a second. In fact, she didn't dare go back. Her father had promised to buy her a limited edition sports car if she could win a prize among the top 3. She ached to own the car. Therefore, Song Xiao had to stay for the car, but she still bargained. I can stay, but I must sleep in the presidential suite by myself. I'll pay for it myself. That was the best Song Xiao could do. Fine. Since Song Xiao compromised, the male teacher agreed.
Guning.
Right at this moment, a familiar female voice called Guning. Guning was surprised, then looked over. Before Guning saw the girl, she already recognized her voice. It was Su Anya. Seeing Su Anya, Guning was excited. She didn't expect that she would meet Su Anya here. Su Anya ran towards Guning at once and gave her a big hug. Ha, aren't you surprised? I told them not to tell you that I'm one of the participants in order to surprise you. When Su Anya got to know that Guning would also attend the competition, she told Hao Ran and the others to keep it a secret that she would be attending it too. Guning smiled but still felt happy. I am surprised. We can stay in the same room, Su Anya said with excitement. Every 2 students would share a standard room, while each of the teachers could have a single room. The 3 students that came from City F were 2 girls and a boy. Su Anya and Guning were girls, so they would stay in the same room. I won't be staying in the hotel but in my home, Guning said. She might have to deal with other things anytime, so it wasn't convenient for her to stay in the hotel, and her principal agreed on that. Fine. Su Anya was a little disappointed, but didn't ask further. However, Song Xiao was displeased. Why can she stay somewhere else? Song Xiao's teacher also frowned while looking at Guning. Other people in the hall turned to look at Guning too. Shouldn't we all stay in this hotel? Why can this female student live in her home? When they saw that Guning was such a stunning girl, they were all impressed. She's so gorgeous. Most of the boys kept appreciating her beauty, while most of the girls started to get jealous of her, especially Song Xiao, whose eyes were full of hatred now. Song Xiao was always the beauty in everyone's eyes, and she was used to being the most beautiful girl in the school. However, now she met Guning, who was much prettier than her. Song Xiao had to admit, although she hated to, that Guning was indeed unusually beautiful. More beautiful than any other girl that she had ever seen before. The male teacher walked towards Guning and asked her with a serious face. May I know which city you are from? Did your teacher agree with it? I'm from City F and my teacher has already agreed, Guning replied, staying calm. City F? A 3rd-tier city? The male teacher frowned and showed a little disdain on his face. Your teacher agreed? Why? It's the rule set by the Education Bureau that all the participants must stay in this hotel. If you stay somewhere else, will the Education Bureau allow you to do that? He hated those who thought that they were different and should be treated differently the most. In addition, Guning was from a 3rd-tier city, while Song Xiao was from the capital. Song Xiao was born in a super-rich family in the capital, and even she had to stay in this hotel in the end. Why could Guning disobey the rule? The male teacher blamed Guning's teacher for it. Well, if it were possible, I would obey the rule, but I have something else to deal with, so I can't stay here with the other students, Guning explained politely. She understood that this male teacher was just doing his job. You have something else to deal with? The male teacher frowned again with obvious dissatisfaction. You're a student, and the only thing you should deal with is your studies. Right. You're just a student. What else should you focus on except studying? I think you just want to play, Song Xiao said. After that, some girls who were also jealous of Guning's outstanding appearance began to criticize her. I think that she is refusing to stay in this hotel because she comes from a powerful family. Some people are so arrogant just because of their family background. She's from a 3rd-tier city. How powerful could her family be? She's flattering herself. How shameless she is. She knows nothing about this society. Hearing their criticisms, Guning was annoyed. If you're dissatisfied with it, You can report it to the Education Bureau. Shame on you for attacking me right now. Do I have to tell you everything that I do? Gu Ning hated people who were always criticizing and blaming others. Even though she did disobey the rule, she was in a special situation. You can go report it to the Education Bureau if you're not satisfied with it. Stop criticizing her. Aren't you well educated, top students? Suanya said in anger. Hearing that, those girls closed their mouths and felt a little embarrassed. However, they still disliked Gu Ning's behavior. All right, do whatever you need to do now, the male teacher said to them, so they left to do their own things. All of a sudden, a girl walked in front of Gu Ning and asked, "Are you Goddess Gu?" The girl looked excited. Gu Ning had never met this girl before, but she knew that this girl must have read some news about her on the internet from the way the girl addressed her. What? Goddess Gu? Zhang Zikai, although she's beautiful, she isn't a goddess. Song Xiao snorted with disdain. She felt quite displeased when Zhang Zikai called Gu Ning Goddess Gu, because she believed that she was the only girl who could be called a goddess. It's none of your business, Zhang Zikai retorted, then sneered at Song Xiao. You must be super jealous of Goddess Gu now. Do you really think that you're the prettiest girl in the school just because you have several admirers? People with eyes can all see which one is more beautiful here. You. Song Xiao was mad because Zhang Zikai saw through her. The two girls had grown up together, arguing against each other along the way, so they knew one another better than anyone else. Song Xiao was indeed an unkind and mean narcissist. Zhang Zikai, on the contrary, was a kind and straightforward girl. She never liked the way Song Xiao behaved, but she wouldn't argue against Song Xiao either as long as Song Xiao didn't annoy her. Hearing their argument, some students who didn't leave the hall yet turned to glance at Gu Ning and Song Xiao. It was true that Gu Ning was more beautiful than Song Xiao. Moreover, Song Xiao looked arrogant and aggressive, while Gu Ning was gentle and elegant. All in all, Gu Ning was more attractive than her. Enough! Stop arguing here. The male teacher snapped at them once more. Both Song Xiao and Zhang Zikai were born in super-rich families, so he couldn't side with either of them. Zhang Zikai was in no mood for an argument, so she turned to look at Gu Ning again. You're Goddess Gu, right? Gu Ning was amused. You already called me Goddess Gu. What else can I say? Ah. Zhang Zikai laughed a little. I just want to hear the answer from your mouth in case I'm wrong. Nice to meet you, my name's Gu Ning, Gu Ning said and kindly reached out her hand. Zhang Zikai got excited and shook hands with Gu Ning at once. It's so nice to meet you. My name's Zhang Zikai and I'm a big fan. I always wanted to see you in City F one day. And I'm so excited to meet you here. Can we be friends? Zhang Zikai admired Gu Ning very much. Others who heard the conversation were quite confused. They didn't understand why Zhang Zikai was a big fan of Gu Ning's. Gu Ning's outstanding appearance wasn't a persuasive reason after all. Gu Ning was amused again. Although she knew nothing about Zhang Zikai yet, she sensed that Zhang Zikai was a good girl. Sure, why not? With Gu Ning's agreement, Zhang Zikai almost jumped with delight. Yeah, from now on we're friends. Do you have to be so happy? There is nothing to be happy about. Song Xiao muttered to herself. Her voice wasn't loud, but Gu Ning still heard it. Goddess Gu, can I buy you a meal? Zhang Zikai invited her with excitement. Please call me Gu Ning, and allow me to do that.
Gu Ning sighed.
Fine. Zhang Zikai agreed. She had learned some about Gu Ning's business, so she knew that Gu Ning didn't lack money at all. Ning Ning, how about me? Su Anya said and sounded aggrieved. Gu Ning then introduced Zhang Zikai to Su Anya without delay. This is my friend too, Su Anya. She's also from City F. Hi, nice to meet you. Since we're both Ning Ning's friends, we're friends too. Zhang Zikai gave Su Anya a hug. She called Gu Ning 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 as well because it sounded like they were close. Nice to meet you. Su Anya was very kind to Gu Ning's friend. Although participants had to stay in this hotel, they could go out by themselves after registering. They just had to be back before 9 p.m. Please wait a second. We need to tell our teacher first, Gu Ning said to Zhang Zikai. No problem. Zhang Zikai said. Gu Ning and Su Anya went upstairs afterwards. Zhang Zikai also went to register herself before she waited for Gu Ning and Su Anya in the hall. Hey, can you tell me why you called the girl goddess Gu? A girl walked to Zhang Zikai and asked her with curiosity when she was alone. You can search her name on the internet, and you'll find out yourself, Zhang Zikai said with pride. Hearing that, students around them were all interested and took out their phones to search for news about Gu Ning. After reading a lot of information on Gu Ning, they were all shocked. Jesus! She's so unbelievable. She's a kung fu master and a successful businesswoman. Is she really a human being? I think she's a real goddess. She's only 18. They were all impressed by Gu Ning's achievements and regarded her as a goddess now. Zhang Zikai sent a message in the WeChat group of her friends and told them that she had just met Goddess Gu in real life. She also became Goddess Gu's friend. Her friends were all envious of her and asked her for a photo of Gu Ning. Zhang Zikai's friends were also fans of Gu Ning. Song Xiao and the male teacher were already gone at this moment, so they still knew nothing about Gu Ning. However, the male teacher soon found out why Gu Ning was so different from other students after he went to ask a staff member of the Education Bureau. Gu Ning was the founder of both Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm at such an early age. Given her outstanding achievements, the Education Bureau treated her differently, which was understandable. She needed time to deal with her businesses after all. The male teacher from the capital was convinced. He even felt a little embarrassed because he had just despised Gu Ning. Gu Ning's teacher told her some of the competition rules, then let her go with Su Anya. Gu Ning promised that she would send Su Anya back before 9 p.m., and their teacher trusted her. Those students who learned Gu Ning's real identity from Zhang Zikai stayed in the hall, waiting to see Gu Ning again with their own eyes. Around 20 minutes later, Gu Ning walked out, and their eyes lit up at once, but none of them dared to go forward to bother her. Gu Ning also noticed their reaction, but remained silent. Seeing Gu Ning walking out with Su Anya, Zhang Zikai stood up, running to them like a happy little girl. In fact, Zhang Zikai was a mature and stable girl normally, but she was too excited today to control herself. The others were all envious of Zhang Zikai when she left with Gu Ning. They all wished that they could be Gu Ning's friends. Gu Ning didn't drive there, but she had to send Zhang Zikai and Su Anya back a while later, so she asked the hotel for a car. When she started the car, Gu Ning asked, "What do you want to have?" "Anything is fine. I'm not picky," Zhang Zikai said. "Are you allergic to anything?" Su Anya asked. "Nope," Gu Ning and Zhang Zikai said. "Then why don't we go to eat seafood? I remember that Ningning likes seafood and I want to eat it too," Su Anya said. "What do you think, Zikai?" "Cool. I haven't eaten seafood in a long time. Let's go eat seafood." Zhang Zikai didn't like or dislike seafood. If it was delicious, she wouldn't mind having some. Most importantly, Gu Ning liked seafood. None of them were familiar with City B, so Gu Ning opened the navigation device. They went to a nearby shopping mall so that they could shop for a while after dinner. Along the way, Zhang Zikai kept taking photos, and Gu Ning was in each of them, but only her profile was showing because she was driving. Zhang Zikai also took a short video of Gu Ning, then posted it on her WeChat moments. "Hanging out with Goddess Gu tonight. Don't ask me who she is. Search her name on the internet yourself." Video attached. Not everyone had heard of Gu Ning, so Zhang Zikai told them to search for Gu Ning's information themselves. The second Zhang Zikai sent it out, she got many responses. Both Zhang Zikai's family and good friends were aware of Gu Ning's achievements. Because Zhang Zikai was Gu Ning's loyal fan, they got to know a lot of information about her. Zhang Zikai's parents also thought highly of Gu Ning, and even told Zhang Zikai to learn from her. "Wow, Zhang Zikai! Goddess Gu is driving the car for you." "Zhang Zikai, how did you meet Goddess Gu in real life? I'm so jealous of you now." "Zikai, is Goddess Gu one of the participants?" "I bet so, and that is probably the reason why Zikai met Goddess Gu. Goddess Gu is an excellent student in her school after all. She's so amazing." Zhang Zikai read their comments and smiled with pride. She also read them out to Guning and Suanya. Guning was already used to it but was still amused. Suanya also felt proud that she was Guning's friend. Before long, Mrs. Zhang also saw the post, and she was excited too. Good girl. Learn from Goddess Gu and make good friends with her. Do bring her to our home if she's free. Nobody would refuse to maintain a good relationship with an outstanding person with great ability. Zhang Zikai replied, I will. Around a dozen minutes later, they arrived at the shopping mall. The moment they entered it, Zhang Zikai started to take endless photos again. She still pointed her camera at Guning along the way, and kept complimenting her. You're so gorgeous and flawless. The friend of a goddess is also a goddess. You two are so pretty. Suanya was also very attractive, so Zhang Zikai didn't ignore her. Haha, are you complimenting yourself as well?
Suanya joked.
Zhang Zikai was an outstanding girl too, and was as attractive as Suanya, but Guning was still more noticeable than them. Even so, Zhang Zikai wasn't jealous of Guning at all, because she wasn't a mean girl. Haha, you're right. Zhang Zikai laughed. Hey, why don't we take a photo together? Zhang Zikai proposed. After that, the three of them chose a beautiful background to take several pictures. Throughout the day, Zhang Zikai kept posting photos and videos of her being with Guning and Suanya. Whenever she posted some photos and videos, she received many comments from her friends saying that they were jealous of her. After dinner, they went to shop together, but there was nothing they wanted to buy. Why don't we go to the amusement arcade? Zhang Zikai said. She was a video game lover. Guning and Suanya agreed. The amusement arcade was on the 5th floor of the shopping mall, and there were all kinds of machines for entertainment or for gambling. The second they arrived, Zhang Zikai went to exchange some game coins with money. She divided the game coins into 3 parts, and shared them with Guning and Suanya. After that, she guided them to the claw machines, which were her favorite. They knew that the claw was very loose, so it was super difficult to catch a doll, but they still enjoyed it. Zhang Zikai and Suanya put 10 yuan worth of game coins into the machine, but failed to catch a single doll. Guning, on the other hand, caught 4 dolls with 10 game coins. It relied on both skills and luck after all. When Guning succeeded in catching dolls, everyone around her was surprised. Wow, Ningning, you're so good at it. Zhang Zikai got excited. It's so hard to catch a single doll, but you've caught 4 of them. Suanya said. Here, they're yours. I don't like dolls. Guning gave those dolls to Zhang Zikai and Suanya, and each of them took 2. Zhang Zikai and Suanya were still teenage girls, so it was very normal that they liked dolls, but Guning's soul was actually almost 30 years old. Thanks. Zhang Zikai and Suanya loved dolls very much, and happily took the gift from Guning. In the following hour, they went to play other games. Guning walked to the darts. If she could hit the red spot with all the darts, she would get the largest doll. Although Zhang Zikai and Suanya thought that it was very difficult, they were looking forward to it, because they could get a doll as long as 7 of the darts hit the red spot. The fewer darts that hit the red spot, the smaller the doll would be. 10 game coins were 10 yuan and could buy 10 darts. Guning got the darts, then started to throw them one by one. Once a dart hit the red spot, Zhang Zikai and Suanya cheered with excitement. Within seconds, 7 successive darts hit the red spot, which attracted the attention of people around them. Jesus, the girl has hit the red spot 7 successive times. It's so unbelievable. I wonder whether she can hit the red spot with all 10 darts. I think it's quite possible. Everyone believed in Guning. 8, 9, 10 darts really hit the red spot. Wow! Nobody was happier than Zhang Zikai and Suanya. Guning, on the other hand, stayed calm as usual, because it wasn't a surprise in her eyes. OMG, she's so amazing. She must have practiced that before. Of course she did, or she wouldn't be so good at it. Guning's unerring accuracy shocked everyone around the darts. A waiter gave Guning the largest doll at once, but both Zhang Zikai and Suanya loved dolls. In order to get each of them a large doll, Guning decided to play again. Given her performance the first time, Zhang Zikai and Suanya were very confident that Guning would be able to hit the red spot with all 10 darts once more. Many onlookers, however, held doubts. Within a short time, the game ended, and Gu Ning won another large doll as she wanted to. Both Zhang Zikai and Su Anya hugged a large doll in their arms afterwards. They were more than excited now, and the dolls were so large that they could barely see the road ahead. People around them also admired Gu Ning very much after she hit the red spot with all 10 darts twice. Some girls were envious of Zhang Zikai and Su Anya too. They all wished that they could have such a large doll. A large doll cost around 200 yuan, which wasn't expensive, but it was different if they directly bought one instead of winning one. Ningning, you're indeed the national idol. If I were a man, I would fall in love with you and be determined to marry you, Zhang Zikai said with a serious face. If you were a man, you would have to be an outstanding, rich and handsome young man, or Ningning wouldn't marry you, Su Anya said. Gu Ning was an outstanding girl, so her boyfriend had to be excellent too. Well? Zhang Zikai was struck dumb for a second, then said, You're right. If I were a man, I probably wouldn't be able to marry Ningning. If so, I think it's better that I am a girl so that I can be Ningning's friend. Zhang Zikai looked so serious, which amused Gu Ning and Su Anya. They still had many game coins, so they continued to play games. They went to a basketball machine, and they could play once with 10 game coins. If they could throw 100 basketballs into the hoop within a minute, they would get rewards as well, which could be dolls or other small gifts. Zhang Zikai and Su Anya gave their game coins to Gu Ning, because they believed that Gu Ning could win with them every time. After putting the game coins into the machine, Gu Ning began to throw basketballs into the hoop. She moved fast, and the basketballs flew into the hoop one by one, which attracted people's attention around them. Jesus, she's so good. I can't believe my eyes now. Everyone was shocked. Let's guess how many basketballs she can throw into the hoop within a minute. Over 150, I think. It could be 180. I believe it's 200. She's already thrown over 100 into the hoop within 30 seconds. Hard to say. Maybe she'll get tired later and move slower. However, to their astonishment, Gu Ning moved at the same speed from the beginning to the end. A minute later, Gu Ning had thrown 208 basketballs into the hoop in all. In fact, a 100 within a minute was a very hard goal, and normally 1 in 100 people could do that, but Gu Ning broke the record. People applauded and cheered at once, which scared others who were playing other games, and they all looked over. Many of them felt displeased when they were interrupted by the thunderous applause, but they were soon amazed after learning what had happened. She's so amazing. I think she just set a world record. Nobody can break it. Hey beauty, can we become friends? A boy struck up a conversation with Gu Ning. We can if you can throw 100 basketballs into the hoop, Gu Ning said with a smile, which was a kind way to reject him. Hearing that, the boy felt embarrassed and closed his mouth. After that, Gu Ning and her friends went to get their gifts. Even though it was an unbelievable record, they could only get one gift. Gu Ning noticed 2 cups which were made for a couple, so she took them and kept them herself. Someone took a video of Gu Ning playing on the basketball machine, then posted it on the internet. Before long, the video went viral and some recognized Gu Ning. Although they already knew that Gu Ning was very outstanding, they were still stunned by her this time. Goddess Gu is a real goddess. She's always so amazing. Goddess Gu? Why do you call her Goddess Gu? Someone who didn't know Gu Ning was confused. Search her name on the internet yourself. It was difficult to introduce Gu Ning's achievements with just a few sentences, so it was better to search for information about her on the internet themselves. More and more people searched Goddess Gu on the internet, and Goddess Gu soon became a hot topic. Many actors who ached to become a hot topic felt quite upset, because Goddess Gu frequently occupied people's attention. At the same time, they were also amazed by her outstanding ability. When they had enough fun, Gu Ning, Zhang Zikai, and Su Anya left together. On the way out, Zhang Zikai and Su Anya became the focus of people's attention, because both of them were carrying a large doll the size of themselves. Honey, I want a doll of that size as well, a girl said to her boyfriend. Why do you want such a large doll? Her boyfriend asked. I can sleep with it in my arms, the girl said. You can also fall asleep hugging me, her boyfriend said. The young couple showed off their affection towards each other. Although I'm single, I have dolls, Su Anya said with annoyance. I have dolls too, Zhang Zikai agreed. Gu Ning smiled, then said to herself that she had Leng Xiaoting. However, Leng Xiaoting hadn't contacted her for a long time, and she didn't know how his task was going now. She cared about him, but she knew that she couldn't ask for details about his task because it was highly confidential. To Gu Ning's surprise, Leng Xiaoting finally called her when she drove back to the hotel. Leng Xiaoting told her that he was free now and asked her where she was. Gu Ning told him that she was driving her friends back to Blue Sky Hotel, and Leng Xiaoting said that he could come to pick her up. Gu Ning agreed. It was 20 minutes away from 9 p.m. when they arrived at the hotel. Gu Ning didn't walk Zhang Zikai and Su Anya to their rooms, but went to return the car before she waited for Leng Xiaoting in the hall. Seeing both Zhang Zikai and Su Anya walking back with a large doll in their arms, girls around them all felt envious and kept glancing at them. When Zhang Zikai went to see her teacher with the large doll, her teacher asked with dissatisfaction, "Why did you buy such a big doll? Don't you know that it isn't convenient to bring it back?" "I didn't buy it myself. Goddess Gu won it at darts," Zhang Zikai said. "Won it at darts?" Her teacher was surprised. He knew the rules of darts. If one wanted to win the doll, he or she must hit the red spot with all the darts. Gu Ning was so amazing. The teacher only knew that Gu Ning was a successful businesswoman, and wasn't aware that she had saved many people's lives. Otherwise, he would be more than shocked. After meeting her teacher, Zhang Zikai went back to her room. She stayed in the same room as Song Xiao. Even though they didn't get along, they were the only two girls who came from the capital, so they had to stay together. Song Xiao was doing math in the room at this moment. She was arrogant and self-centered, but she was also good at studying, especially math. She was one of the representatives of the capital after all. Song Xiao was struck dumb for a second the second Zhang Zikai walked inside with a large doll. "Why do you still like dolls at your age?" she said with disdain. However, she actually also liked dolls. Zhang Zikai ignored her, then did her own things. Song Xiao closed her mouth too. Gu Ning had waited in the hall for around 10 minutes when Leng Xiaoting arrived. Seeing Leng Xiaoting coming alone, Gu Ning casually asked, "Why are you here alone? Where are they?" "Oh, they went to deal with their own things," Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning understood that Xian Bei must leave to meet Chao Wenxin, and Su Jinchen must have been abandoned by Leng Xiaoting. Thinking of that, Gu Ning had sympathy for Su Jinchen. Having been abandoned by his close brothers, Su Jinchen felt quite sad, but he still had to go back to the hotel alone. He wasn't willing to stay in the hotel alone, so he first went to change in his room, then went to meet with his friends for a drink. However, he ran into a familiar face at the door of the clubhouse. Zibang was surprised to see Su Jinchen. She was surprised not because Su Jinchen was here, but because Leng Xiaoting must be here if Su Jinchen showed up. Me. Su Jinchen was also surprised to meet Zibang in City B. It was a pure coincidence that Zibang visited City B. "My friends are in City B, so I came here to visit them," Zibang said, then asked, "Where is Xiaoting?" "He left for a date," Su Jinchen said. "What? A date? He already has a girlfriend." Zibang was shocked to hear the news. "Yeah," Su Jinchen said. "What's his girlfriend like? Is she beautiful?" Zibang asked at once. She hoped that Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend wasn't better than her. "She's gorgeous and kind. Most importantly, Xiaoting likes her," Su Jinchen said. Zibang was heartbroken when she heard that. It seemed that Leng Xiaoting had already found his love. She was confident that she was an outstanding girl as to her appearance and ability, but Leng Xiaoting had never paid much attention to her, which was very upsetting. Su Jinchen didn't mean to disappoint Zibang, but it was the truth. "What are you going to do now?" Zibang asked Su Jinchen. "To drink with my friends," Su Jinchen replied. "I'll join you." Zibang was in a bad mood now, so she also wanted to drown her sorrows. Su Jinchen didn't agree at once because he thought that it was inappropriate. What if Zi Xiaomin found out that he brought his beloved younger sister to meet with his friends for a drink? Is it inconvenient? If so, I can go drink by myself, Zi Bang said. Anyway, she was determined to drown her sorrows today. Not at all, let's go. He wouldn't let her drink alone, it wasn't safe. Although Zi Bang had bodyguards by her side, she was in an unfamiliar place after all. After that, Zi Bang's group followed Su Jinshan inside. Since Zi Bang wanted to drink, Mengda and Nan couldn't stop her. They wouldn't drink because they needed to protect her. When they walked into the private room together, Su Jinshan's friends were surprised, but didn't say anything. Then they shared the alcoholic drinks. At the same time, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were dining in a restaurant. To be specific, Leng Xiaoting was eating while Gu Ning was watching him eat. Leng Xiaoting came to meet Gu Ning the second he finished his task, so he hadn't eaten anything yet. A while later, Leng Xiaoting received Su Jinshan's message. Su Jinshan, boss. Let me tell you some shocking news. I just ran into Zi Bang and she looks so hurt after I told her that you already have a girlfriend. She's drowning her sorrows now. Leng Xiaoting frowned while reading the message and was surprised that Zi Bang was also in City B now. He didn't know that Zi Bang actually had conflicts with Gu Ning before they became friends. What's wrong? Gu Ning asked with concern. Nothing, Leng Xiaoting said. He was unwilling to let Gu Ning know about Zi Bang's affection towards him. It wasn't necessary in his eyes, because he never paid much attention to Zi Bang. Gu Ning didn't ask further either. When Leng Xiaoting was almost finished with his meal, Gu Ning went to the ladies' room and received Zi Bang's call. Ning, where are you right now? I just lost my love. I'm drinking in private room number 666 of XX Clubhouse now. Can you come? Zi Bang said, and sounded sorrowful. Sure, I'll be there in a while. Gu Ning agreed. She was a little worried about Zi Bang. After she went back to the table, Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting that she needed to meet a friend who was in a terrible mood. Leng Xiaoting agreed. Su Jinshan didn't tell Leng Xiaoting where they were drinking just then, so Leng Xiaoting wasn't aware of the club in which they were, nor that the person Gu Ning was going to meet was the same one Su Jinshan just told him about. Once Leng Xiaoting finished dinner, they went to the club together. When Su Jinshan heard Zi Bang call the other person Ning on the phone, he didn't think that the person she was talking to was Gu Ning, because there were many people with Ning in their names after all. He thought that the person could be Zi Bang's friend in City B. Therefore, when Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting pushed the door open walking inside, Su Jinshan was astonished. Why did they come here? How did they know that I was here? Not only was Su Jinshan surprised, but Zi Bang, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were as well. Zi Bang was surprised to see Leng Xiaoting with Gu Ning. She wondered whether Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. Thinking of that, she somehow felt much better. Although she didn't know Gu Ning's family background yet, she accepted the fact that Gu Ning was more outstanding than her. Gu Ning, on the other hand, was surprised to see Su Jinshan drinking with Zi Bang. Leng Xiaoting was surprised to know that Gu Ning's friend was Zi Bang. Do they know each other? It was so dramatic. After the shock, Su Jinshan was a little worried. He was afraid that Zi Bang might argue or even fight with Gu Ning for her love. Su Jinshan had no idea that it was Zi Bang who called Gu Ning to come. Ning. Zi Bang stood up at once to welcome Gu Ning. She didn't treat Gu Ning badly because Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, but she didn't dare to meet Leng Xiaoting's eyes now. Hearing that, Su Jinshan was stunned, then realized that Gu Ning came here because of Zi Bang. He now had the same thought as Leng Xiaoting. Do they know each other? Gu Ning and Zi Bang walked over to sit on the sofa, while Leng Xiaoting went to sit with Su Jinshan. Do you know each other? Gu Ning asked after she was seated. Yeah, Zi Bang said, feeling slightly uneasy. Xiaoting and Jinshan are my older brother's friends, and we've met a few times before. Gu Ning sensed that Zi Bang was a little nervous, but she didn't know why. After that, Su Jinshan introduced his other two friends to Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting before they continued to drink. Let's have a toast. Gu Ning lifted her glass towards Zi Bang. Yay! Zi Bang clinked her glass against Gu Ning's. But the drink tasted different now that she was cheered up. Seeing that Zibang was not as sad as she sounded on the phone, Guning asked with curiosity, "Didn't you tell me that you just lost your love? Why you look so happy now?" Yeah, I did lose my love, but I feel much better now after drinking." Zibang didn't want Guning to know that her love was actually Lung Xiaoting. Zibang did like Lung Xiaoting, but she wanted to conquer him more, so she didn't love him deeply. Now that she found out that Guning was Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend, she didn't feel sad at all, but felt happy for them. "Guning, how did you get to know Miss Z?" Su Jinshan asked. Both he and Lung Xiaoting were curious about it. "We had some conflicts in the beginning but then became friends," Guning replied. Hearing that Guning had conflicts with Zibang before, Lung Xiaoting stopped for a second, but didn't say anything. Su Jinshan also glanced at Lung Xiaoting when he heard that, and relaxed after seeing that Lung Xiaoting was calm. Maybe because both of them were more familiar with Guning than Zibang, they believed it must have been Zibang who had annoyed Guning in the first place. Anyway, they were friends now, so obviously the conflicts weren't serious. Since they were fine now, Lung Xiaoting wouldn't ask further. However, if Guning had been treated unfairly, Lung Xiaoting wouldn't let it go. "Oh, I understand," Su Jinshan said with a smile. He also noticed that Zibang seldom looked at Lung Xiaoting, since she found out that Guning was Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend. In fact, Zibang was avoiding meeting Lung Xiaoting's eyes. It seemed that Zibang cared more about Guning. In the following hours, they enjoyed the drinks and games. At the same time in the hospital, Zheng Wenmei lay on the patient bed gazing at the ceiling. She only blinked her eyes and did nothing else. After Zheng Wenhao had left today, Zheng Wenmei took a large amount of sleeping pills and tried to kill herself. However, Mrs. Zheng called her that afternoon, but couldn't get through to her. Mrs. Zheng was very worried, so she called Zheng Wenhao afterwards. Zheng Wenhao was concerned that Zheng Wenmei might commit suicide after what had happened today, so he went back to the apartment after a while. Zheng Wenmei did try to kill herself and had fallen unconscious when Zheng Wenhao entered the room again. Zheng Wenhao sent her to the hospital at once. In the beginning, Zheng Wenhao didn't dare tell their parents the truth. He thought that Zheng Wenmei would come back to normal after being in the hospital, so he made up a story and told Mrs. Zheng that he was hanging out with Zheng Wenmei. Therefore, Zheng Lilin and Mrs. Zheng didn't think further. Zheng Wenmei didn't wake up until 10 p.m., but she looked stupid and wouldn't react to others' calls. When you waved your hand before her eyes, she would give you a glance, but there was no light in her eyes anymore. Zheng Wenhao was scared and turned to the doctor for help. The doctor then told him that her cranial nerve was damaged, so it was highly possible that she had amnesia. It depended on herself whether she could recover. Hearing that, Zheng Wenhao was shocked and felt very guilty because he was the reason why Zheng Wenmei looked so terrible now. Nevertheless, he still felt a little lucky. If Zheng Wenmei had amnesia now, nobody would know what he had done. Zheng Wenhao loved Zheng Wenmei deeply, but he loved himself more. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hurt Zheng Wenmei for his own benefits. Given Zheng Wenmei's condition now, Zheng Wenhao had to inform their parents. When Zheng Lilin and Mrs. Zheng heard the shocking news, they came to the hospital without delay. Zheng Wenhao only explained to them that Zheng Wenmei had taken too many sleeping pills, but didn't tell them why Zheng Wenmei did that. He also said that he didn't want them to be too worried, so he had kept it a secret from them for a short while. Zheng Lilin and Mrs. Zheng didn't blame Zheng Wenhao after hearing that. Even though Zheng Wenhao felt guilty about what had happened to Zheng Wenmei, the last thing he wanted to do now was to expose his dirty secret. If his parents found out the truth, he would be criticized and abandoned. He was the heir of the Zheng family after all, so he hoped that Zheng Wenmei would never recover. In his eyes, the heir position in the Zheng Wenmei was much more important than Zheng Wenmei. As for the Mu family, they didn't live a peaceful life these days either. Mu Wenqi's mother had been arguing with Mu Xuxin all the time. Mu Xuxin was also in a bad mood, trying to find out who was causing them trouble. It was obvious that the Mu family was under attack now. In the past 2 days, the Mu family's company had made a lot of mistakes because of K's involvement, and Mu Xuxin was busy dealing with the business too. Actually, Kay hadn't caused them serious trouble yet, because he planned to ruin Mu Xuxin's confidence and energy little by little. It wouldn't be fun if it happened too fast. When it was almost 12 a.m., Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left first. Shall we stay in a hotel? Leng Xiaoting asked Gu Ning. Xiaoya and Gaoyi lived in Huafu Hills, so they couldn't have some private time there. Sure. Gu Ning understood what Leng Xiaoting was thinking, and she agreed, because it really wasn't convenient for them to stay in Huafu Hills. With Gu Ning's agreement, Leng Xiaoting smiled happily. Oh, I'm going to attend the math competition tomorrow, and I have to arrive at the Blue Sky Hotel before 8 a.m. tomorrow, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was a little upset, because he thought that he could stay with Gu Ning in bed the whole day tomorrow. Fine. Leng Xiaoting sounded disappointed. Gu Ning understood that he wasn't happy about it, but there was nothing she could do. When will you go back to the capital? Gu Ning asked. No idea yet, Leng Xiaoting said. He didn't want to leave Gu Ning if there was no task for him to fulfill. Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning stayed in the Shangshi Hotel that night. Once they walked into the room, Leng Xiaoting pressed Gu Ning against the wall, staring straight at her with his eyes full of burning desire. It had been a long time since Leng Xiaoting had looked at her at such a close distance. Her slim beautiful neck, her cute adorable ears, and her attractive bright eyes were all seducing him. Before Leng Xiaoting could do anything, Gu Ning hugged his neck and kissed his lips. Leng Xiaoting got excited and kissed her back with passion. The kiss went deeper and they started to undress each other. Because Gu Ning was going to attend the competition tomorrow, Leng Xiaoting let her go after an hour, in case she couldn't get up the next morning. Gu Ning, however, wasn't worried about it at all. She understood that Leng Xiaoting was limiting his desire, so she aroused him on her own initiative. Leng Xiaoting couldn't resist it, then had sex with her again and again. The next day, both Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting woke up at 6 a.m. Leng Xiaoting's eyes were unusually bright, staring at her. Ning, you were very active last night. Gu Ning flushed and moved her eyes away, then got off the bed. Although they were close to each other now, Gu Ning still felt shy talking about sex with him. Before Gu Ning could walk away, Leng Xiaoting reached out his big palm and pulled her back into his arms. It's still early. Lie with me for a while longer. Gu Ning didn't struggle, and let Leng Xiaoting hug her in his arms. However, when their bodies touched again, Leng Xiaoting was aroused once more. Gu Ning's face went red after feeling that something stiff was pressed against her lower body. Ning, why don't we do some morning exercises? Leng Xiaoting's hoarse voice sounded by Gu Ning's ears. He lost control of himself. Gu Ning didn't say anything, which was a silent agreement. Leng Xiaoting then directly penetrated her from behind. It took almost half an hour this time before Leng Xiaoting had enough. Gu Ning had to use her magical power to boost her energy. After that, Leng Xiaoting wanted to carry Gu Ning to the bathroom to have a shower together. But Gu Ning rejected, in case Leng Xiaoting got another erection. When Gu Ning walked out of the bathroom a while later, Leng Xiaoting had already prepared breakfast for her. After breakfast, Leng Xiaoting drove Gu Ning to the Blue Sky Hotel. It was 7:40 a.m. when Gu Ning arrived. At this moment, there were many students gathered in the hall along with 3 buses stopped outside. Song Xiao had good eyesight, and noticed Gu Ning getting out of a luxurious car. She instantly believed that Gu Ning must have a sugar daddy. In her eyes, Gu Ning was just a common student from City F, and it was impossible for Gu Ning to know anyone who could afford a luxurious car in City B. The second Gu Ning walked inside, Song Xiao said acidly, "It turns out someone refused to stay in this hotel because she had to go to sleep with her sugar daddy." Even though Song Xiao didn't say a name, her sight fell on Gu Ning. It was obvious she was talking about Gu Ning. Moreover, Gu Ning was the only one who didn't stay in this hotel. Hearing that, everyone in the hall turned to look at Song Xiao, then Gu Ning. They started to wonder whether Gu Ning really had a sugar daddy like Song Xiao said. "Song Xiao, shut your mouth. Stop spreading rumors, or I'll punch you." Before Gu Ning could say anything, Zhang Zikai defended her. "I'm not talking about you. Why are you so angry? Are you covering the truth for her?" Song Xiao retorted. Then are you talking about me? Gu Ning coldly looked at her. I didn't say a name. If you think that you're the girl, it's not my fault, Song Xiao said. That's interesting. Gu Ning smiled suddenly, but Song Xiao felt scared. Song Xiao, don't play smart with me. Nobody is an idiot here. I haven't bothered to punish you, but it doesn't mean that I won't do anything if you keep annoying me, Gu Ning said. How dare you threaten me? Who do you think you are? Song Xiao was mad. It's none of your business who I am, and I'm not interested in knowing more about you either. Stay away from me, Gu Ning warned, then ignored Song Xiao and walked to Zhang Zikai. You! Song Xiao was in a rage. She had never been warned by a girl who was nobody in her eyes like that before, and she felt humiliated now. I just saw you getting out of a luxurious car. You're just a poor girl who comes from a third-tier city, and it's impossible for you to know anyone who's rich, so the man who just drove you here must be your sugar daddy. The moment Song Xiao finished, she was slapped across the face. Gu Ning did it loudly, and everyone held his or her breath while looking at them. Song Xiao couldn't believe what Gu Ning just did to her. How dare you slap me? Saying that, she raised her hand trying to slap Gu Ning. However, Gu Ning caught her hand the moment she raised it. So what? I already warned you, but you wouldn't listen. Do you think I'm someone you can mess with? You have no evidence to prove that I have a sugar daddy, and it's pure slander. You could be sentenced to jail. Do you understand? Gu Ning didn't care about others' opinions towards her, but it didn't mean that she would tolerate humiliation. She had warned Song Xiao to stop it, but Song Xiao had refused to do so. You! Song Xiao was frightened by Gu Ning's cold eyes. Others around them were surprised by Gu Ning's quick movement. What's going on here? Song Xiao's teacher walked over at this time, and he frowned when he saw the scene. She just slapped me. Song Xiao told on Gu Ning before Gu Ning could say a word, then cried like she was the innocent one. Gu Ning threw Song Xiao's hand away. She didn't bother to argue and wasn't afraid at all. Gu Ning, tell me what happened? To Song Xiao's surprise, her teacher didn't criticize Gu Ning, but instead asked Gu Ning for more details. Song Xiao's teacher knew her character very well, and he knew that she must have done something which annoyed Gu Ning in the first place for Gu Ning to have slapped her. What? Song Xiao couldn't believe that her teacher didn't side with her right away. Before Song Xiao could say another word, her teacher gave her a warning look, and she shut her mouth at once. I did slap her, but she humiliated me first. She just saw me getting out of a luxurious car, so she believes that I have a sugar daddy, which is not true. I warned her to stop slandering me, but she wouldn't listen. Instead, she kept humiliating me in a public place, right in front of everyone.
Gu Ning sighed.
Hearing that, the male teacher was displeased and asked Song Xiao, is it true? In fact, he already believed Gu Ning's explanation, but he still asked Song Xiao for her account to be fair. Song Xiao didn't know what to say. She couldn't deny it, because others in the hall had all witnessed it. Song Xiao, I don't care how troublesome you normally are, but you must stay quiet today. You're one of the representatives of our school and the capital. If you don't want to attend the contest, you can go back home right now. Spreading rumors is a cheap trick. Don't ever do that again, the male teacher said with a serious face. All right, if you've finished your breakfast, you can wait in the hall or on the buses, the male teacher said to the other students in the hall. He didn't want to waste more time on it. Song Xiao was unwilling to accept this result, because she was slapped by Gu Ning just then. Only Zhang Zikai dared to argue with her, but Gu Ning directly slapped her today. Enough, Xiao. It's your fault after all. What do you want? The male teacher lost his patience, but it wasn't a good time to tell Song Xiao about Gu Ning's influence now. Although Song Xiao was born in a super-rich family, Gu Ning had powerful connections in many important industries too. It wouldn't do Song Xiao any good if she had a bad relationship with Gu Ning. After that, the students in the hall all stood in lines. No matter how mad Song Xiao was, she had to close her mouth now. Song Xiao was a little in awe of her teacher, because her teacher wasn't a common teacher. The 3 students sent by the capital here were all born in influential families. If their teacher were a common teacher, they wouldn't listen to him. Ning ning. Suanya and her friends just left the dining hall. What happened? I heard some noises just now. I had conflict with Song Xiao, but we're fine now, Guning said, then walked to her teacher along with Suanya. Great, Suanya said. She didn't know what had happened, but she believed that Guning had the ability to protect herself. Have you eaten breakfast? Suanya asked. Yeah, I did, Guning said. They would leave for the competition at 8:30 a.m., and every student had to finish breakfast before that. Around 8:20 a.m. they were all aboard. The competition was held at the number 1 high school of City B, which wasn't far away from the Blue Sky Hotel. It would take about 10 minutes or so if they walked there from the Blue Sky Hotel. However, for the sake of their security, they would take buses. The competition would begin at 9:20 a.m., and all the students were seated in different classrooms half an hour earlier. Guning was in the first classroom, Suanya was in the third classroom, and the last student sent by City F was in the 5th classroom. Song Xiao was also in the first classroom, while Zhang Zikai was in the same classroom as Suanya. The test began at 9:20 a.m., and it would last 80 minutes, but Guning had already finished it after only 20 minutes. She couldn't hand her papers in until half an hour passed by, so she had to stay there in her seat. It was still 8 minutes away from the time she could give it in, and Guning already felt bored. 2 teachers in the classroom thought that Guning didn't know the answers to those questions, so she sat there with an absent look on her face. They exchanged a glance with each other, then wondered which city Guning came from. The older teacher walked to Guning afterwards. He planned to remind Guning to focus on the paper, but he was shocked when he found that Guning's paper was already finished. Jesus, she already finished the paper within 20 minutes. Did she just randomly fill in the blanks? Guning understood what the teacher was thinking, so she showed the whole paper to him. After reading the first part of the paper, the teacher was astonished that Guning's answers were all right. He kept reading and found that Guning didn't make any mistakes. She must be a genius, the teacher thought to himself. At this moment, Guning said with happiness, "If you'll excuse me, I think I can leave now." It meant that she wanted to hand her paper. The classroom was very quiet, and Guning's voice attracted other students' attention. They all abruptly raised their heads and looked at her. Seriously? She's going to hand her paper right now? Song Xiao frowned, and didn't believe that Guning could finish the paper properly within just half an hour. What she didn't know was that Guning actually finished the paper within just 20 minutes. "Oh sure," the teacher said, although he was still in shock. With the teacher's permission, Guning left with her pen. Outside, teachers from different cities gathered together talking with each other. When Guning walked outside, they were surprised. Why did she leave the classroom right now? Has she finished the paper? Except for Guning's teacher, who believed that Guning really had finished the paper, the other teachers all thought that Guning must have quit the test. In fact, although Guning's teacher believed in her, he was still slightly worried. Guning walked to her teacher. "Have you finished?" her teacher asked. "Yeah, I did," Guning replied. "Please excuse me, I need to leave now." "Sure, see you." Her teacher didn't stop her. After that, Guning walked away. "Mr. Tan, are you sure that she has finished her paper?" Once Guning was gone, someone asked her teacher. Her teacher's given name was Tan. "She told me so, and I trust her," Mr. Tan said with confidence. "Mr. Tan, can you tell us something about the girl? Why is she being treated differently?" Another teacher asked. The Education Bureau ordered them to stay in the same hotel. Even though some students lived in City B, they still had to stay with other students. Guning, however, could stay in her own place. In addition, she could come and leave as she liked. She needs to deal with something else, and she has the permission of the Education Bureau, Mr. Tan said, but didn't give many details. Since Mr. Tan was unwilling to tell them, the other teachers didn't ask further. The test in the afternoon would begin at 2:20 p.m., but it was only almost 10 a.m. when Guning left. Lung Xiaoting was waiting for her outside the entire time. Let me take you somewhere. Lung Xiaoting said the second Gu Ning got in the car. Where? Gu Ning asked with curiosity. You'll know when we arrive there. Lung Xiaoting wore a mysterious smile. Half an hour later, Lung Xiaoting arrived at a mountain villa in a suburb. Will we dine here? Gu Ning asked, although she already had the answer. Yeah, Lung Xiaoting said. But we'll go somewhere else first before we go share lunch together. Somewhere else? Gu Ning was curious, but she knew that Lung Xiaoting wouldn't tell her the answer, so she didn't ask. After they got out of the car, Lung Xiaoting held Gu Ning's hand walking towards a house in the traditional style. Once they entered the house, Gu Ning was surprised. There was a long passage inside. Even though it was dim, they could still see the way ahead. Lung Xiaoting guided Gu Ning through it. It was nearly 50 meters long, and they felt like they were stepping through a mountain. In fact, they were indeed walking through a mountain. When they reached the end of the passage, Gu Ning smelt a floral fragrance. She was very curious to know what was outside, but she didn't ask Lung Xiaoting, because she knew that he wanted to surprise her. Gu Ning was amazed when they finally walked out of the passage. It was heaven on earth outside of the passage. Peach blossoms, cherry blossoms and crabapple flowers were everywhere in her sight beside cobblestone paths. There was also a pond with a gazebo beside it in the middle of all kinds of flower trees. This breathtaking scenery was covered in white mist too, which made it look very unreal. Gu Ning was stunned and could barely say a word. She didn't realize that it was time to appreciate flowers until now. Seeing Gu Ning's surprised face, Lung Xiaoting knew that she liked it very much, but he still asked, How is it? Do you like it? Wow, it's super amazing. Gu Ning got excited. Xiaoting, how did you find a place like this? I found it by chance while playing on my phone when I was waiting for you, Lung Xiaoting said. This place was built last year and it was open this year. When Lung Xiaoting saw its ad, he thought that Gu Ning might like this place, so he decided to bring her here. Gu Ning loved this place so much that she took countless pictures of it. She also took many selfies with Lung Xiaoting. Gu Ning wasn't a social media fan, but she ached to post some photos right now. Without delay, she posted 3 pictures on her WeChat moments. One was the panorama of the scenery, one was Lung Xiaoting's back, and one was her profile. Every picture was perfect. She also typed a line of words. I feel like I'm in heaven on earth right now. At the bottom of those photos she showed her location in case her friends asked her for it. Gu Ning only added the people she was familiar with on WeChat. Gu Anna was the first one who saw her post, and she was shocked by the beautiful scenery. Gu Anna. OMG Gu Ning, you finally posted something. This place is so unbelievable. I'm going there. Su Tongnua, wow, it's so beautiful. Many people liked and left comments under her post, and they were all complimenting the scenery. None of them asked who the man in the second photo was, because they were all familiar with Gu Ning, and they knew that the man must be Lung Xiaoting. Chao Wenxin also went there with Xian Bei after she saw Gu Ning's post. The garden wasn't very large, and there was a bamboo forest with several bamboo houses ahead. In addition to that, there were restaurants, tea houses, theaters and so on in the mountain villa. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting relaxed in a tea house before they continued to walk around here. When they were about to have lunch in a restaurant, Chao Wenxin called Gu Ning. Gu Ning then invited her and Xian Bei to dine together, and they went to watch an opera in a theater afterwards. It took several hours for them to have fun inside. If Gu Ning didn't have a test that afternoon, she would have stayed there for a whole day. Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei were free, so they decided to stay there. Gu Ning left the school once she finished her paper, so she had no idea that many teachers were astonished by her behavior. She had finished the paper within half an hour, and her answers were all right. She could be the only one who got full marks. If it was a common test, it wasn't hard to get full marks, but it was a national math competition. The questions were much more difficult than those of common tests, so the best score other than Gu Ning's was 96. Moreover, only 36 students out of 108 participants scored over 90, and only 67 had a score over 80, while the rest of the students' scores were all lower than 70. Students who came to attend today's competition were all top students from different cities around the country, but there was still a gap between them. It was also possible that some of them had failed to do the test to the best of their ability. Their scores were out at 1 p.m., and everyone was shocked by Gu Ning's score. They all believed that Gu Ning had to be a genius. Song Xiao, however, couldn't accept it. Gu Ning had handed her paper in after just half an hour, and Song Xiao didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to get full marks. Because of jealousy and hatred, Song Xiao reported her suspicion. I think Gu Ning must have bribed the Education Bureau and gotten the answers beforehand. I don't believe that she could finish the paper within just half an hour and even get full marks. We're all top students selected from thousands and thousands of high school students, but we all failed to finish the paper and get full marks within 80 minutes. Why could Gu Ning? Song Xiao said. Song Xiao was criticizing the Education Bureau now. Although what Song Xiao said was a little offensive, it was indeed what everyone thought. What? She handed her paper in after just half an hour. No way. I don't think it's possible. She also got full marks. I can't believe it either. After knowing that Gu Ning had handed her paper in after just half an hour, many people became suspicious of Gu Ning's score. Song Xiao, stop spreading rumors. Gu Ning is an outstanding student and none of us is comparable to her. Face and accept this truth. Zhang Zikai was still the first one who stood out to defend Gu Ning. Suanya followed her up. Right. Ningning always gets full marks back in her own school. Hearing that, everyone was shocked again. I choose to believe Goddess Gu too. Me too. Some students who had learned what Gu Ning had done supported her as well, and they all called Gu Ning Goddess Gu. Song Xiao, however, still refused to accept it. It's something you believe, not the truth. It was not only Song Xiao, but also many other students who couldn't believe it. They were all top students, but the gap between them and Gu Ning was too obvious. I support Xiao. I doubt the result too. It's impossible that Gu Ning could finish the test within just half an hour and even get full marks. Seeing that many students chose to side with her, Song Xiao was more confident. Zhang Zikai, you just met the girl named Gu Ning a short while ago. I think you better be cautious. I trust her, and you don't have solid proof to prove that Gu Ning used bribery to win this contest. Zhang Zikai argued. I just don't believe that she could do that. Song Xiao retorted. Song Xiao, enough. Suanya was mad. Is it? Song Xiao raised her jaw with arrogance. It is enough. At this moment, a serious male voice sounded from outside of the crowd, which surprised everyone. The man was Song Xiao's teacher, followed by all the other teachers, so the students stood aside at once. What else can you do apart from causing trouble? The male teacher was quite displeased, staring at Song Xiao. Song Xiao panicked a little, but was unwilling to retreat. I'm not the only one who holds that suspicion here, Song Xiao said. Suspicion? You don't have any proof. Do you understand that it's slander? Have you ever thought of the result of it? The male teacher was in a rage. Or, do you think that you're the best student in this world, and nobody can be better than you? In fact, he was also amazed by Gu Ning's score. But he wasn't dumb enough to question the Education Bureau. Song Xiao wanted to say something else, but her teacher gave her a furious gaze, so she had to shut her mouth. Right at this time, a middle-aged man of power walked over and said to Song Xiao with a serious face, Nice to see you, I'm the vice director of the Education Bureau. I can promise that it's a fair contest. You don't have any proof but keep slandering the Education Bureau, so we have the right to sue you. If you can prove that what you just said was true, we're more than willing to accept the criticisms and advice. The vice director of the Education Bureau? Everyone was shocked, especially those students who had just questioned the Education Bureau. They only dared to vent their anger by criticizing others without any proof, but had no courage to challenge the Education Bureau. Song Xiao stammered. Since the vice director of the Education Bureau showed up, nobody dared to say another word about the result. When Gu Ning came back, the others were dispersing. Mr. Tan was the first one who noticed her. Gu Ning, come here. Hearing Gu Ning's name, everyone turned to look at her. Some felt envious of her, some were jealous of her, while some admired her. Song Xiao's eyes were full of hatred towards Gu Ning now, but she didn't dare to pick on Gu Ning because of Director Yu. Gu Ning walked to her teacher afterwards and greeted all the teachers present. It's so nice to meet you. This is the Vice Director of the Education Bureau, Director Yu, Mr. Tan said to Gu Ning. Honored to meet you, Director Yu. Gu Ning greeted Director Yu with great respect, but still stayed calm, which impressed Director Yu. Director Yu had heard a lot about Gu Ning. Given Gu Ning's achievements and powerful connections, even he should show some respect towards her. Nice to meet you, Gu Ning. I heard that you just won the first prize at the preliminary test. Good for you. Are you confident about the following rematch and the final? Director Yu asked kindly. He now didn't look as serious as he did earlier. Yes, I am, Gu Ning said without hesitation. Great. Director Yu smiled. He didn't think that Gu Ning was arrogant, but encouraged her to do her best. After that, Gu Ning walked away. Zhang Zikai and Su Anya went to her at once. Ningning, Song Xiao just badmouthed you behind your back. She said that you bribed the Education Bureau to get the correct answers. Su Anya was still annoyed about it. It's complete nonsense, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning wouldn't take it to heart. She would only pay Song Xiao back when it was over the top. Ningning, did you really finish the paper within just half an hour? It's so unbelievable, Zhang Zikai asked. Nope, I finished it within 20 minutes, but I had to wait for another 10 minutes to hand the paper in, Gu Ning said. Su Anya and Zhang Zikai were her friends, so she could be honest with them. What? Just 20 minutes? Zhang Zikai rounded her eyes in shock. Su Anya, on the other hand, stayed calm, because she had heard from Chu Peihan that Gu Ning always finished her papers within 20 minutes. Ningning, you must be a genius, Zhang Zikai said. Well, I have a good memory, and I can store almost everything in my mind after reading it, Gu Ning said. Wow, I wish I could have such a good memory. Zhang Zikai admired Gu Ning more than ever now. Ningning, can I test your memory? Sure. Gu Ning didn't mind at all. Zhang Zikai thought for a while, then asked, Do you still remember my phone number? 138XXXXXXXX, Gu Ning said without delay. Zhang Zikai then took out her bank card and gave it to Gu Ning. Read the numbers 3 times before you say it aloud without looking at them. Gu Ning took her bank card, but she didn't bother to read those numbers 3 times. She was able to remember them after reading them once. Jesus, you're so amazing. Zhang Zikai got excited. Can you remember it forever? Or will you soon forget it? I can remember it forever, Gu Ning said with a smile. The principal of her school has permitted her to be absent from all the classes until the National College Entrance Examination, Su Anya said. Really? Zhang Zikai was greatly surprised again. What's your target university? The Capital University, Gu Ning said. Me too. Zhang Zikai almost jumped up with excitement. What major will you choose? Economic management, Gu Ning replied. I'm going to major in economics, Zhang Zikai said. How about you, Anya? I want to study in the Capital University as well, but my family will send me to study abroad, Su Anya sighed. Sometimes it wasn't up to her to make the decision. It's not a bad thing to study abroad. I want to do that myself, but my family won't allow me to, Zhang Zikai said. Well, now I'll give up. Zhang Zikai could be Gu Ning's schoolmate in the university after all. The rematch soon began. Only 50 students made it to the rematch, and they were divided into 2 groups in 2 classrooms. They were randomly arranged, not according to their scores. Therefore, Song Xiao, Zhang Zikai, and Gu Ning sat in the same classroom, while Song Xiao sat in another. The 3 of them passed the preliminary test with scores above 90, which proved that they were all top students. The questions in the rematch were even more difficult than those in the preliminary test, so many people didn't believe that Gu Ning would be able to get full marks this time. The teachers in the classroom all fixed their eyes on Gu Ning once she was seated. Gu Ning barely thought about the questions nor calculated. but directly wrote down the answers. It did seem like she already knew the correct answers. Even Director Yu, who walked by them, couldn't help but pay more attention to Gu-ning. He wished that his children could be as smart as her. Teachers from different cities along with Director Yu also made a guess about Gu-ning's score in the rematch. Most of them thought that Gu-ning could get a score of around 95, while only a few believed that she was able to get full marks again, Mr. Tan included. However, although they made that guess, they weren't very confident because the questions were much harder this time and they knew little about Gu-ning. At the same time, they thought that fewer than 10 students would get a score over 90, and the majority might get a score around 80. Gu-ning finished the paper within 25 minutes and handed her paper in once half an hour passed once again. Even though other students in the same classroom as her were mentally prepared, they were still astonished. To their surprise, Gu-ning was still able to finish the paper within a short time even though the questions were much more difficult. Gu-ning left the classroom while everyone looked at her. Song Xiao's eyes were full of hatred, and she cursed that Gu-ning would fail this time. Once Gu-ning was gone, one of the teachers in the classroom picked up her paper to have a look. Gu-ning had once again filled in all the blanks with correct answers. The teacher couldn't believe his eyes. Director Yu walked over the moment Gu-ning walked out of the classroom. "Hi, Gu-ning, have you finished your paper?" "Yes, Director Yu," Gu-ning said. "Are you confident in getting full marks?" Director Yu asked. "I think I can," Gu-ning said. Hearing that, everyone took a long breath in. No matter how difficult the math questions were, it seemed that they were still very easy in Gu-ning's eyes. "Oh, you're going to attend the National College Entrance Examination soon. Which university is your target?" Director Yu asked, and he had an idea. "Well, my dream university is the Capital University," Gu-ning replied. Knowing that, everyone was surprised. The Capital University was the top university in the country, and it was very hard to get in. However, Gu-ning sounded quite confident. The University of City B is also a highly prestigious university. Why don't you consider it? Director Yu hoped that Gu-ning, who was an unusually outstanding student, could stay in his city. "I'm sorry, but I'm determined to go to the capital," Gu-ning said. Since Gu-ning said so, Director Yu didn't insist. After saying goodbye to them, Gu-ning left the school. Leng Xiaoting was still waiting for her outside. Yuzi had been busy these days, so she had turned Yang Ziqian's invitation down a few times, which made him wonder whether she was avoiding him. Luckily, Yuzi invited Yang Ziqian to have coffee together today, and he was very excited about it. It was a Saturday, so Yuzi was free. The two met each other in a cafe at 3 p.m. The second Yang Ziqian was seated, Yuzi apologized to him. "Ziqian, I'm so sorry that I've been very busy recently. Please don't mind it. I called you today because I want to make it up to you." "It's fine. I understand, and I was very happy when you called me today," Yang Ziqian said. He understood that charm was still in the early stage of developing, so Yuzi would be very busy dealing with her business. In fact, he cared about her so much that he couldn't help thinking of her. "Great." Yuzi smiled. What kind of person am I in your eyes?" Yang Ziqian asked all of a sudden, staring at Yuzi. Yuzi was struck dumb for a second, and flushed a little. "I think you're a good man. Can I be your boyfriend?" Yang Ziqian blurted out with anticipation. "Well?" Yuzi was surprised. She didn't know how to answer that question, so she lowered her head to drink coffee. She had to admit that she liked Yang Ziqian, or she wouldn't have met with him so often before. Nevertheless, she still felt a little shy to say it aloud. "Can I?" Yang Ziqian got nervous when Yuzi hesitated. I don't know how to answer," Yuzi said. "It's fine. You can be honest with me. I can accept it." Yang Ziqian felt disappointed. He thought that Yuzi was going to reject him. If Yuzi really rejected him, he wouldn't insist. Feeling Yang Ziqian's disappointment, Yuzi said aloud at once, "Sure you can." She flushed again afterwards. "What?" Yang Ziqian was cheered up. "Are you saying that I can be your boyfriend?" "Yeah." Yuzi nodded, but still avoided meeting his eyes. Yang Ziqian was thrilled. and caught her hand on the table. Yuzi struggled a little but soon accepted it. Yuzi, I understood that you don't believe sweet nothings, so I'll prove my love to you with actions in time, Yang Ziqian said with a serious face. Yuzi was touched. She had heard too many sweet nothings before, so now she valued actions above words. After that, Yang Ziqian snapped his fingers, and a waiter showed up with a bunch of red roses walking towards them. Yuzi was amazed, then realized that Yang Ziqian was prepared today. Yang Ziqian was indeed prepared, because he was very sure of his feelings towards Yuzi. He made up his mind to confess his affection to her today. He knew that Yuzi didn't hate him, but he wasn't certain whether she liked him or not. Therefore, he was very nervous when he confessed his affection to her. Luckily, she agreed to be his girlfriend. Yang Ziqian took the bunch of red roses from the waiter's hands, then handed it to Yuzi. This is for you. All of a sudden Yuzi felt like crying. Thanks. She took the bunch of flowers and smiled. Right at this moment, Zi Bang received a call from Zi Xiaoman. He told her that their father was already conscious, and that she should go home now. The Zi family never thought lightly of girls, so Zi Bang had received as good an education and training as her older brother. Her father also spoiled her, but she wasn't spoiled rotten. However, her older brother was still the appointed heir of their family. There was no need for Zi Bang to stay in City B any longer, especially after she found out that Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend was Gu Ning, so she was ready to go home. Before she left, she planned to share a meal with Gu Ning, because she sincerely treated her as her friend. Oh Xiaoman, I need to tell you one thing, Zi Bang said when she was about to hang up the call with Zi Xiaoman. What? Zi Xiaoman asked. Xiaoting already has a girlfriend, Zi Bang said and sounded calm. Really? Zi Xiaoman was shocked. It was indeed a piece of shocking news, because he knew that Leng Xiaoting never showed much interest in women. In that case, he was very shocked when he heard that Leng Xiaoting had a girlfriend now. Are you alright? He asked Zi Bang with concern. He knew how much Zi Bang liked Leng Xiaoting. I'm fine. I felt sad at the beginning, but I didn't feel upset at all when I saw his girlfriend, Zi Bang said. Why? Zi Xiaoman was curious. His girlfriend is exactly the girl who gave me those magical pills. I have a more powerful family than her, but she's better than me on every other level. So I really admire her, Zi Bang said in a serious tone. What? The owner of those magical pills is Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. Zi Xiaoman was astonished. Yeah, Zi Bang said. She admired Gu Ning, so she wasn't jealous of her. Zi Xiaoman remained silent for a while, then said, Bang. Actually, I think that Su Jinshan is also a good choice. Come on. I don't have affection towards him at all, Zi Bang said. It wasn't the first time that her older brother had recommended Su Jinshan to her. An idea dawned on her. Xiaoman, are you interested in him? Zi Bang jaqued. Hearing that, both Mengda and Nan who stood by Zi Bang's sides were surprised. Nonsense. Zi Xiaoman raised his voice. I only like women, alright? Fine, but stop mentioning Su Jinshan anymore. Zi Bang pulled her lips. Zi Xiaoman didn't know what else he could say, so he hung up the call. Zi Bang called Gu Ning at once, and invited her along with Leng Xiaoting to share a meal before she went home. Gu Ning agreed. Zi Bang also invited Su Jinshan and Xian Bei. They agreed too. Gu Ning still knew nothing about the fact that Zi Bang had liked Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting didn't tell her either, because it wasn't important in his eyes. Zi Bang had already given up chasing him right now, so it was unnecessary to bring it up. The appointed time was 6 p.m., but it was still early, so Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting decided to enjoy a ride. Gu Ning said to Leng Xiaoting, I need to leave for HK the day after tomorrow. What are you going to do there? Leng Xiaoting asked. Gu Ning then told him the truth. It's the 50th anniversary of the He family's casino on March 28th. On that day, the current leading role of the He family, He Hongjia, and his younger brother, He Hongyuan, will have a competition for the leading position by gambling. He Hongjia is losing his hearing, and his second son, who's the best gambler in the family, is still missing. So his daughter Hsien turned to me for help. She offered me 500 million yuan as compensation. If I win, I can get the money along with the bet in the gambling match with He Hongyuan. If I lose, she won't force me to take responsibility, so I agreed. I'm going back to the capital tomorrow. If I'm free that day, I'll meet you there. Leng Xiaoting was worried about Gu Ning if she went to HK alone, but he knew that he couldn't stop her once she made up her mind. Accordingly, he would do everything he could to protect her. Great.
Gu Ning nodded.
When it was around 4 p.m., Lu Zhan called Gu Ning and told her that Infinite Horror was already done. Gu Ning told him to report for duty in her company at the capital, then made a copy of the original film. She would send someone to get it. Lu Zhan agreed, and said that he would leave for the capital tomorrow. Afterwards, Gu Ning called Kay and told him what Lu Zhan had just told her. She also called Lu Xiao later. Lu Xiao would make arrangement for Lu Zhan's work. Around 5 p.m., Gu Ning received Mr. Tan's call. He told her that she was still the number 1 on the list of students who made it to the final. She got full marks again. Su Anya was ranked 11th, so she was excluded from the final, while Zhang Zikai was ranked 7th, and Song Xiao was ranked 10th, so both of them would join the final. The final would begin at 10 a.m. in Multimedia Classroom 1 tomorrow, and all the students who would attend it had to be gathered at the Blue Sky Hotel before 9:30 a.m. The judges and audience of the final were all math professors and experts from famous high schools and colleges. Those who weren't able to stay calm at that time would perform badly. However, it was still nothing in Gu Ning's eyes. Around 5 p.m., Zi Beiying arrived at a high-end mountain villa with beautiful views, which was located in a suburb near City B. They were going to dine here. She wandered around in the mountain villa afterwards. There were many pretty flower blossoms in the mountain villa as well, although it wasn't as breathtaking as the garden Gu Ning had visited today. Su Jinshan was single, and he had nothing else to do, so he arrived at the mountain villa earlier too. When Zi Beiying saw Su Jinshan this time, she remembered what her older brother had said to her on the phone. She felt a little uneasy but didn't show it on her face. Well, I guess we're the only ones who are still single, and they're all enjoying each other's company as couples now, Su Jinshan said. Yeah, why don't you find yourself a girlfriend since your close friends all have one now? Don't you feel sad seeing them dating? Zi Beiying jacqued. Hearing that, Su Jinshan was upset. I even want to set them apart sometimes, haha. It's hard to find someone who loves you and you love as well. Right. Zi Beiying nodded. She had liked Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting had never paid much attention to her. He and Gu Ning, however, loved each other, so they ended up being together. How about you? Are you willing to give it up? Su Jinshan asked. Yeah, I am. If his girlfriend were someone else, I probably wouldn't give up chasing him, but I admire Gu Ning, Zi Beiying said, being very honest. When they walked ahead, Zi Beiying noticed a swing not far away. She ran to it and began to move it forwards and backwards using her legs. Su Jinshan followed her, and sat aside watching her playing on it. Seeing the childlike smile on Zi Beiying's face, Su Jinshan's mouth curved upwards. In the beginning he thought that Zi Beiying was shrewd and not easy to get along with, but he changed his mind now. In fact, she wasn't as complicated as he thought she would be. He just didn't know much about her. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at 5:30 p.m. Chao Wenqin along with Xian Bei also appeared 10 minutes later. After dinner, they went to drink and have fun in a club because all of them were free tonight. When it was a little late, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to stay in the hotel as usual, while Xian Bei drove Chao Wenqin back to Huafu Hills. Can I come have some water inside? Xian Bei said. It was obviously an excuse. He just wanted to spend more private time with Chao Wenqin. Sure. Chao Wenqin agreed. They were boyfriend and girlfriend right now after all. Xian Bei then followed Chao Wenqin inside. However, the second they entered the house, Xian Bei hugged Chao Wenqin in his arms and kissed her. Chao Wenqin struggled a little but soon enjoyed it. In the following minutes, Xian Bei kissed her with passion, and his hand moved around on Chao Wenqin's body before it covered her boob. Chao Wenqin was surprised and subconsciously resisted, but her body was already softened in Xian Bei's arms. It was impossible for her to push him away. Bey didn't do anything further. It wasn't because he didn't want more, but because he was afraid that Chao Wenxin would be mad at him. They had been together for just a short time after all. Bey didn't let Chao Wenxin go until she was out of breath. Chao Wenxin's cheeks were as red as an apple now, and she didn't dare to meet his eyes. Seeing Chao Wenxin like that, Bey was sexually excited, but he still did his best to control himself. Chao Wenxin ran away once Bey let her go, but she stumbled and almost fell. Bey pulled her back into his arms at once. "Let me carry you upstairs." Chao Wenxin flushed scarlet now, and hid her face in his chest. "Come on, don't be so shy. We're boyfriend and girlfriend now," Bey joked. "Let me go." Chao Wenxin struggled but failed to get out of Bey's arms. Bey then carried Chao Wenxin in his arms, walking to sit on the sofa. "Didn't you say that you want to have some water? Go drink it yourself. I need to sleep now," Chao Wenxin said and chased him away. "Can I stay here with you for a night?" "I'm leaving tomorrow," Bey said and played pitiful. Chao Wenxin's heart was pounding. She ached to stay with him for a while longer too. I'll tidy up a room for you," Chao Wenxin said and tried to get back to her feet. "Don't bother. I can stay in your room," Bey said. "No." Chao Wenxin refused at once. Although she agreed to let Bey stay, she never thought that they would stay in the same room. It was moving too fast in her eyes. "Why not?" Bey asked again. "Well," Chao Wenxin didn't know what to say. "We're a couple now. Gu Ning and Shouting always sleep in the same room when they're together. Why can't we?" Bey said. "How do you know that they always sleep together in the same room?"
Cao Wenxin Adger.
How do you know they always sleep together in the same room?
Cao Wenxin Adger.
Come on, it's very common. Relax, I promise I won't do anything to you, Bey said, in case Chao Wenxin was annoyed. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin relaxed, but somehow felt a little disappointed as well. She was still a virgin, but it didn't mean that she wasn't interested in sex. On the contrary, she was looking forward to it. The condition was that the man must be her love. Bey was now her boyfriend, and she was willing to have sex with him, but she thought that it was too early to do that now. Nevertheless, she trusted Bey, and she knew that he wouldn't hurt her. Seeing that Bey had no intention to leave tonight, Chao Wenxin gave in the end. However, she still felt embarrassed and didn't want to go back to her room right now. "Do you want some water?" Chao Wenxin asked. "Yeah." Bey had several drinks, so he was indeed thirsty now. Chao Wenxin then went to pour 2 glasses of water for them. After that, she switched on the TV. "Aren't you sleepy? It's late now," Bey asked. He understood what Chao Wenxin was avoiding, and he thought that it was quite funny when she flushed. They were boyfriend and girlfriend now, and it would happen sooner or later. Actually, he insisted on staying here not because he wanted to have sex with Chao Wenxin, but because he simply wanted to spend more private time with her. Although they hadn't been together for long, and anything could happen in the future, he was confident that they could be happy together forever. I don't want to sleep right now. If you're sleepy, you can go to bed before me," Chao Wenxin said. In fact, she was very sleepy now, but didn't know how to get along with Bey if they were alone in the same bedroom. "I'm not sleepy either, I can stay here watching TV with you," Bey said, then sat next to Chao Wenxin. Since she was unwilling to go to bed right now, he would stay here with her. Chao Wenxin could only keep watching TV in the living room, but she soon lost patience. "Aren't you sleepy yet?" "Not yet, because I'm already used to it. We can't sleep for successive days and nights when we're fulfilling a task sometimes," Bey said. "Really? It must be very tiring." Chao Wenxin had sympathy for him. "Yeah, it is, but it's our duty," Bey said. It wasn't an easy job, but he never complained because he chose this road himself. He was an ace soldier in the Special Forces before he joined the Red Flame, and only the top soldiers were able to be members of it. He stood out from over 1,000 ace soldiers. After chatting with Bey for a while, Chao Wenxin gave in to sleepiness and went back to her bedroom. Because Xian Bei was in the same bedroom as her, Chao Wenxin didn't change her clothing and directly lay on the bed after brushing her teeth and washing her face. She even lay with her back facing Xian Bei, in case she felt embarrassed. Don't you need to put on your sleeping gown?
Xinbai asked.
He understood why Chao Wenxin did that and was amused. It's fine, Chao Wenxin said. She felt too shy to wear her sleeping gown in front of Xian Bei now. Xian Bei didn't say anything further, and got in the bed with his clothes as well. Once he covered himself with the quilt, he reached out his hand and pulled Chao Wenxin into his arms.
Cao Wenxin sugar lao.
What are you doing? Stop it. Come on, let me hug you for a while, Xian Bei said to comfort her. Chao Wenxin stopped struggling. They remained quiet for a while, when Xian Bei suddenly kissed her. They had kissed each other before, so Chao Wenxin didn't push him away. Xian Bei soon stopped because he would have an erection if he kept kissing her. It was the first time that Chao Wenxin had slept in a man's arms, so she wasn't used to it and turned her body once in a while. Xian Bei got sexually excited when Chao Wenxin turned her body. He took a long breath in and his voice was hoarse now. Wenxin, if you keep turning your body in my arms, I'm afraid I'll lose control of myself. Chao Wenxin stiffened and didn't dare to move again. Let me go if you feel uncomfortable. I've never slept like this before. Hearing that, Xian Bei was happy but didn't let her go. You can learn to get used to it. I'm your boyfriend now. Chao Wenxin agreed, then closed her mouth. Wenxin, I love you and I'll take good care of you. Do you trust me? Xian Bei said with sincerity. In Xian Bei's eyes, Chao Wenxin was the girl he wanted to spend the rest of his life with.
Cao Wenxin gradually relaxed in Xinbai's arms.
In the end, they still had sex with each other. The next morning, Chao Wenxin still avoided meeting Xian Bei's eyes, but she didn't regret it at all. Instead, it was a magical night. Do you still feel shy?
Xinbai joked.
Chao Wenxin flushed red and covered her head in the quilt. Xian Bei stopped joking and said in a serious tone, I'm flying back to the capital at 11 a.m. We can keep in touch by phone, and I'll come to visit you when I'm free. Sure, Chao Wenxin said and felt a little sad, but she didn't stop him because it was his job. Since she chose him to be her boyfriend, she should understand and support him. It was still early, so they chatted for a while longer on the bed and had sex again. Gu Ning got up at 8 a.m., and Leng Xiaoting drove her to the Blue Sky Hotel around 9 p.m. The plane Leng Xiaoting was going to take would take off at 11 a.m., so he contacted Su Jinshen and Xian Bei after Gu Ning got out at the Blue Sky Hotel. The hall of the Blue Sky Hotel was crowded as usual. Although many students had already failed in the competition, they still needed to be the audience. When they saw Gu Ning walking inside, they looked at her with admiration. She had gotten full marks twice no matter how difficult the math questions were. Ning. Once Gu Ning showed up, Su Anya and Zhang Zikai ran towards her happily. Even though Su Anya didn't get into the final, she wasn't sad at all, because she was mentally prepared beforehand. Since Su Anya was still in a good mood, there was no need for Gu Ning to comfort her. Song Xiao hated Gu Ning as always, but she didn't say it aloud in public. Those who knew Gu Ning's real identity also surrounded her and kept complimenting her. Goddess Gu, you're so awesome. How did you manage to get full marks twice? It's so unbelievable. Goddess Gu, I think you'll win the first prize without doubt. Right, nobody is comparable to you.
Inflatarat. Gu Ning smiled.
After that, they chatted with each other. Goddess Gu, the National College entrance examination is around the corner. Which university is your dream college? Someone asked. The Capital University, Gu Ning said. Goddess Gu is so outstanding. I think it's easy for you to get in, another student said. Well, my target is the capital too, but I'm not confident that I can get into the Capital University. I plan to study in the University of City B, but I've changed my mind now. Since Goddess Gu's target is the capital, I'm going to study in the capital too. Even if I can't get into the Capital University, I can visit it when I'm free. Maybe I can meet Goddess Gu on the campus. Alright, attention. When they were discussing their dream universities, a teacher said, "Let's go now." They got on the buses one by one and left for the school. Mr. Tan sat next to Gu Ning and he asked her, "Gu Ning, are you confident?" "Mr. Tan, don't worry. I can win," Gu Ning said with confidence. "Great. I believe in you." Mr. Tan relaxed a little seeing Gu Ning being so confident. "You don't need to be so stressed. Just finish it as usual." Although he ached to see Gu Ning win the first prize, he shouldn't put pressure on her. "I will," Gu Ning said. When they arrived at the number 1 high school, it was only 20 minutes away from the final, so they all went to sit in the multimedia classroom 1. The math professors and experts were still absent at this time. The 10 participants sat in the first row and faced the math professors, experts, and the audience. After a while, 10 math professors and experts walked inside one by one. 3 of them were judges while the rest were guests, Director Yu included. As the Vice Director of the Education Bureau, he should be present, because the Education Bureau was the host of the competition this year. The National Math Competition for high school students was held every year in different cities. This time it was held in City B, and it would be held in another city the next time. Several students panicked a little when those important figures appeared, because they were teenagers after all. However, most of those judges and guests focused on Gu Ning, because she was the only one who had ever gotten full marks in both the preliminary and rematch. It was very rare to see that happen. Even math teachers couldn't finish the paper so fast as Gu Ning could. When Song Xiao noticed that Gu Ning was the focus of everyone's attention now, she felt super jealous and displeased. The final soon began. There was a piece of white paper placed in front of each student. Math questions would be projected on the screen and students would write down their answers on the paper. After that, they should raise their hands and teachers would come to collect their paper. Their answers would be shown on the screen too for the judges to make judgments. If the answer was right, the student stood out. The teacher would show 3 answers of 3 students every time. If the first student's answer was wrong, it would be the second student's turn. If the second student's answer was right, the second student would win the game, and the third student lost his or her chance. If the second student's answer was wrong, it would be the third student's turn. If the third student's answer was right, the third student would win the game. If not, the teacher would show the next question on the screen. The final was open to the public, so many reporters came to the classroom as well, and recorded the whole process. They pointed their cameras at Gu Ning most of the time, because they had all heard of Gu Ning's scores in the preliminary and rematch. In their eyes, Gu Ning was a genius. 10 questions would be projected on the screen in the final. The first one was a verbal math question, and it had to be finished within 30 seconds.
448 59 77 plus 23 33 201 minus 566.177 minus 1.287.212 equals?
Gu Ning gave it a glance and got the answer within 5 seconds. Then she wrote her answer down on the paper. She was the first one who handed in the paper. Everyone was shocked by her speed of calculating. 30 seconds later, other than Gu Ning, there were another 2 students who wrote their answers down. Gu Ning was the first one, so the teacher revealed her answer first. It was correct. Since Gu Ning's answer was right, there was no need to show the second and third students' answers whether theirs were right or wrong. The second math question required a written response, and the time was limited to 10 minutes, which was the normal time for a math question. Gu Ning, however, didn't need that much time. She understood the question with a simple glance, then began to write her answer down on paper. Seeing that, everyone was amazed again. Gu Ning was really very different from her peers. All the students who could be in the top 10 were excellent enough, but Gu Ning still stood out from them. In those math experts' eyes, Gu Ning was also unbelievable. In the following minutes, Gu Ning was always the first one who wrote down the answer and handed the paper to the teacher, and people started to get used to it. Gu Ning finished the 10th question at an unusually fast pace as well. She was the winner from the first question till the last. People were too shocked to feel surprised right now. Even those math experts felt that they couldn't do better than Gu Ning, because Gu Ning was able to finish the exercises within a quarter of the time. Some math experts got jealous of Gu Ning because she was only a high school student, but she could already do better than them. However, only mean people held that idea. Most of the math experts were quite excited to see such an outstanding student like Gu Ning. The moment the finals was over, the award ceremony began. Gu Ning was always the first one who wrote down the correct answer, so the judges had to pick another 2 students with the highest marks out of the other participants. The student who won the second prize was a boy from another city, while Zhang Zikai won the third prize. Song Xiao was mad at the result, seeing that both Gu Ning and Zhang Zikai won prizes. Besides, she couldn't get a luxurious car as a gift if she failed to win a prize. The awards for the first prize were a trophy, a certificate of honor and 50,000 yuan. The awards for the second prize were a certificate of honor and 30,000 yuan. And the awards for the third prize were a certificate of honor and 20,000 yuan. Although the money wasn't much, it was just a way of encouragement. After the award ceremony, reporters surrounded the prize winners at once to interview them. The boy and Zhang Zikai were very nervous in front of the cameras, but Gu Ning stayed calm as always, which impressed everyone. Reporter: Gu Ning, many people are quite curious about how you managed to write down the correct answers to those questions within such a short time. Can you tell us your skills? Gu Ning: it is because I have a good memory, and I can store everything in my mind after reading it once. Hearing that, people were all surprised, but none of them dared to suspect her. They couldn't claim that she got the correct answers beforehand, because the vice director of the Education Bureau was also here. In addition, some math experts had asked Gu Ning several math questions on the site, and Gu Ning answered them correctly within a short time too. Those reporters were well educated as well, so they understood what they shouldn't say. Gu Ning's outstanding performance today impressed many math experts, and they all hoped that Gu Ning could be their apprentice. Although Gu Ning was very good at math, she was just a high school student after all, and there was a lot she still needed to learn. Those math experts, on the other hand, had a lot of knowledge about math, and they were also good teachers. However, Gu Ning rejected their offers. The math competition had ended, and the students along with their teachers would fly back to their cities that afternoon. Gu Ning would stay in City B because she lived there now, and she would only go back to City F for the National College entrance examination. Su Anya and Zhang Zikai were unwilling to leave Gu Ning, but they finally had to wave goodbye to each other. Gu Ning went to the Tang family's house afterwards. Although it wasn't a big deal for Gu Ning to win the first prize, the older generation in the Tang family all felt happy for her. In fact, they already believed that Gu Ning could win the first prize when Gu Ning told them that she was going to participate in it. They even prepared a celebration party for her. When they saw the trophy and certificate of honor, they were excited again and felt proud of Gu Ning. Tang Haifeng called his old friends and kept showing off his outstanding granddaughter's achievement. His old friends were all shocked by the news and felt envious of him. They all wished that their grandchildren could be as outstanding as Gu Ning. Before long, the video of the final was uploaded to the internet, and it soon went viral. Gu Ning once again became a hot topic throughout social media. The students and teachers of the number 3 high school in City F all felt proud of Gu Ning. It was as if they had won the first prize themselves. Not only was Gu Ning the honor of her school now, but also City F. The director of the Education Bureau in City F, and the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of City F called Gu Ning to congratulate her too. Gu Ning's friends called her one after another as well. Gu Ning couldn't remember how many calls she had received today, and she felt quite thirsty after repeatedly saying thanks, but she wasn't impatient at all. Instead, she was happy to receive congratulations from her close friends. "Boss, you're so unbelievable. Why don't we have a celebration party?" Pan Zirwei said with excitement. "Thanks, but my family is doing that for me. I think I can have several drinks with you later tonight though," Gu Ning said. "Great. My friends also want to celebrate it with you. Would you mind sharing drinks with them in my club?" Pan Zirwei asked. "Of course not," Gu Ning said with a smile. Although she wasn't familiar with Pan Zirwei's friends, She treated them politely and was willing to gather together with them. Thanks. Pan Zirwei was thrilled. Oh boss, my older brother is much better now. Thank you for what you've done for my family, Pan Zirwei said in a serious tone all of a sudden. If it hadn't been for Gu Ning, he could have lost his close older brother. Most brothers in a rich family would compete against each other for family wealth, but Pan Zirwei and his older brother were exceptions. You're welcome. I'm glad that your older brother is recovering, Gu Ning said. After hanging up the call with Pan Zirwei, Gu Ning called Tang Qingyang and invited him to share drinks tonight. Since Tang Qingyang was in charge of a business project in City B now, she would introduce her connections to him. Pan Zirwei and his friends weren't from the top super-rich families in City B, but it wasn't a bad thing to maintain a good relationship with them. In fact, Tang Qingyang wasn't in a position of absolute power in the company, so he was free most of the time. Moreover, it was Gu Ning's invitation, and there was no reason for him to reject it. At the same time, Gu Ning became the hot topic on the internet again. Wow, Goddess Gu is so amazing. She won the competition with full marks. I think she isn't a normal human being because she's too outstanding. Well, she is a real goddess, and human beings are barely comparable to her. I think there is no one who can be more talented, outstanding and skillful at everything than Goddess Gu. Yeah, my mother wishes that she had a kid as outstanding as Goddess Gu, haha. Haha haha, my mother has the same idea. I believe many parents share the same thought, because Goddess Gu is basically perfect. Right, but I'm not jealous of Goddess Gu. That's because you're a royal fan of her now, and you admire her. I think Goddess Gu can do everything well. There is nothing she couldn't do. Anyway, I'm deeply in love with Goddess Gu now. I'm losing interest in boys. Please don't. If you're losing interest in boys, another boy has to stay single. I agree, the amount of men is out of all proportion to that of women in our country now. Women are rare animals. I'm not an animal. What's worse now is that some families still value boys much higher above girls, which is something I totally couldn't understand. Right, I couldn't understand it either. Boys and girls should be equal. If I'm going to be a mother in the future, I'll treat my son and daughter fairly. Hey, it has nothing to do with this topic. We're talking about Goddess Gu now. Oh, you're right. Goddess Gu, I love you. Love you too. Countless internet users were discussing Gu Ning, and a large amount of them became her fans. Before long, Gu Ning occupied 3 of the hottest topics on Weibo. The first hottest topic. Another great achievement for Goddess Gu. The 4th hottest topic. Gu Ning won the first prize in the math competition. The 6th hottest topic. Confess your love to Goddess Gu. Once Gu Ning's name appeared on the list of the hottest topics, many stars were upset, because Gu Ning always attracted much more attention than them. However, a while later, another topic about Gu Ning showed up on the list, but it wasn't a good one. Many people left comments with suspicions on the fact that Gu Ning had won the competition with full marks 3 times. Some believe that Gu Ning had bribed the Education Bureau to get the correct answers even before the contests began. It's said that Gu Ning is an excellent student in her school, so it isn't a surprise that she won the first prize. But how did she manage to do it with full marks? It has never happened before. I can't believe it. I agree. My uncle is a math teacher in a high school, and even he can't finish those exercises within such a short time. Gu Ning is just a high school student. I don't think she's able to do that on her own. She's a successful businesswoman now, and it might be easy for her to get the correct answers beforehand. Mind your words. You have to take responsibility for what you just said. How dare you suspect a department of our government? Don't you feel embarrassed that your uncle, who's a math teacher in a high school, failed to do better than Gu Ning, who is just a high school student? They're so mean, and I think they're simply being jealous. She even gave an excuse that she has a good memory. It must be a lie. Right, why do you support her and believe every word she said? Do you all think that she could finish those math questions on her own? At least we trust the Education Bureau. We trust the Education Bureau. So we won't make any judgments without any proof. Why don't you have a look and believe the official statement? Stop spreading rumors. Show us any proof you can get, or you'll be punished according to the law. Although many people had suspicions of Gu Ning, there were more internet users who supported and defended her. In their eyes, Gu Ning was good at everything. Voice of support soon surpassed those with doubts. Another while later, the Education Bureau of City B released an official statement to prove that the competition was above board. Since the contest was fair and public, rumor makers might be sued if they kept spreading rumors. Once the official statement was out, the haters stopped attacking Gu Ning. They still held doubts, but didn't dare to leave comments on the internet anymore. Gu Ning, however, didn't care about it at all. She would focus on her own life, studies, and career. She would only take action when the attack became serious. Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning at 1:30 p.m. and told her that he was in the capital now. Gu Ning also told him that she had won the first prize in the math competition. Leng Xiaoting felt happy for her, and it wasn't a surprise in his eyes either. After hanging up the call with Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting called Master Leng at once. "Hi, you haven't called me for a long time. I thought you already forgot that you still have a grandfather," Master Leng joked. "Grandpa, I'm in the capital now, and I'll visit you this afternoon. By the way, your future granddaughter-in-law just won the first prize with full marks in the national math competition," Leng Xiaoting said. "What? Really?" Master Leng was shocked. Zhang Zhongyu and Master Su were also in the room with Master Leng, and they were both astonished at hearing the news. "What? Gu Ning won the competition with full marks? It's so unbelievable." Beigut. Master Leng laughed out loud. He felt so proud of his talented future granddaughter-in-law. Afterwards, Master Leng kept showing off Gu Ning's achievements in front of Zhang Zhongyu and Master Su. He didn't stop complimenting Gu Ning until his friends got a little annoyed. Master Leng just loved to see his friends being envious of him. At 6 p.m., all the members of the Tang family were home. Even Chao Ruihua's family joined the party to congratulate Gu Ning. It was also the third day after the construction of Shanghua real estate began, but nothing bad happened, so people started to believe that the horrifying news about the land was just a rumor. Gu Ning told Gao Yi and Xiao Ye to pay a lot of attention to the construction, in case her business competitors caused trouble on the construction site. When it was nearly 9 p.m., Gu Ning went to Pan Zirwei's bar along with Chao Wenxin. On their way, Gu Ning called Tang Qingyang and told him to meet her there. Pan Zirwei and his friends were already waiting for them when Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin arrived. They wouldn't bring cheap girls with them when they met with Gu Ning now, because they thought that it wasn't polite and they were respectful of Gu Ning. Although Gu Ning didn't mind, it was a good thing to avoid conflicts with those cheap girls. The second Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin showed up, everyone complimented Gu Ning with sincerity. A while later, Tang Qingyang arrived, and Gu Ning introduced him to everyone. Chao Wenxin was Gu Ning's friend, so the boys all treated her with respect. And when Gu Ning told Tang Qingyang and Pan Zirwei to exchange their name cards, they understood that Tang Qingyang must be important in Gu Ning's circle of friends. Therefore, they all exchanged name cards with Tang Qingyang and said that they should gather together often. Tang Qingyang then realized that Gu Ning aimed to help him gain connections. When it was 11 p.m., Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin left. "Ning, since when are you and Tang Qingyang so close to each other?" Chao Wenxin asked with curiosity. She asked it casually and didn't think that Gu Ning liked Tang Qingyang. Chao Wenxin knew how much Gu Ning loved Leng Xiaoting, and Tang Qingyang was barely comparable to Leng Xiaoting. I need to cooperate with him, so it's necessary for me to give him a helping hand," Gu Ning said, but didn't tell many details. "Oh, I understand," Chao Wenxin said, and didn't ask further. Gu Ning called Leng Xiaoting once she got home, and they talked for an hour on the phone before they went to sleep. Leng Xiaoting had called her when she was in the bar, but it was too noisy for them to talk to each other on the phone, so Gu Ning called him back the second she was home. The next day, Gu Ning left for the Tang family's house in the morning. She told Tang Haifeng and Gu Man that she was going to HK tomorrow, but didn't tell them what she would do there. Tang Haifeng and Gu Man didn't ask for details, because they trusted Gu Ning. Gu Ning was a kung fu master, And she also had 2 ace bodyguards by her side so she would be safe. Afterwards, Gu Ning called Hsien and told her that she would meet her in HK tomorrow. Hsien was quite relieved knowing that Gu Ning was definitely going to come to help her. Gu Ning called Xiaoyou a while later and told her to book 3 plane tickets to HK tomorrow. She decided that she would bring Gao Yi and Xiaoyou with her this time. After booking the plane tickets, Gu Ning told Hsien the exact arrival time so that Hsien could arrange for someone to pick them up. When it was settled, Hsien went to meet her father in the study. He Hongjie was lying on the soft couch and looked haggard. He was just in his early 50s but looked much older than his real age. His family faced a serious crisis now and he was also in a bad mood. Although Hsien told him that she had found an ace gambler, he was still very anxious. Besides, his second son was still missing. Someone knocked on the door of the study. He Hongjie got his mind back and said, "Come in." The second He Hongjie finished saying that, Hsien pushed the door open, walking inside. Seeing her father looking so haggard, she felt sad, but didn't know what to do. "Father," Hsien called him. "The girl just called me and said that she'll be here around 5 p.m. tomorrow." Hearing that, He Hongjie was cheered up a little. Only He Hongjie and Hsien were aware of it right now, because it was the key moment in their family's development, so they had to keep it a secret. If anyone else found out, Gu Ning would be in a dangerous situation. Today ended peacefully. The next morning, Gu Ning went to Fengshan shopping mall to check on her shops. Both Jade beauty jewelry and charm were very popular and crowded with customers. As for the beauty salon, skincare products were delivered that morning, and the staff members were sorting them out. It would open the day after tomorrow. Gu Ning and the others left for the airport at 12:30 p.m. At this time in the capital, Lu Zhan and his team reported for duty at noon. Lu Xiao told them to stay in the hotel. The company wouldn't offer them free accommodations, but only 1,000 yuan as a housing allowance. Gu Ning was a very generous boss, but she also has her standards. Lu Zhan's team members were workers in the company, not the managers, so they couldn't have free accommodations. Businessmen cared about benefits after all. Lu Zhan and Lui Chen, however, could have free accommodation because they weren't common workers. With Gu Ning's permission, Chen Songyi had already bought all the apartments on one of the floors of a nearby living building, and there were 12 apartments in all. Each of them occupied 30 square meters, including a bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen. Therefore, Lu Zhan and Lui Chen would live in the apartments. After Lu Zhan arrived, Kei came to get a copy of the film as Gu Ning told him to do. It took time and a lot of energy to edit a film, and it normally took several weeks. However, Kei came back with the edited film just 2 days later, which surprised Lu Zhan. He couldn't believe that Kei was able to finish the work within just 2 days. Even if Kei stayed up all night, it was impossible to edit the film well within just 2 days. Therefore, Lu Zhan thought that Kei had probably edited the film without much care. Thinking of that, Lu Zhan was a little displeased. Nevertheless, Kei worked for Gu Ning as well, so Lu Zhan didn't show his doubt on his face when Kei gave the edited film to him. After that, he called Lui Chen and they went to watch the film in the multimedia room together. However, Lu Zhan didn't have much hope. To their surprise, they were both amazed after hearing the first sound of the film. When the first scene showed, Lu Zhan and Lui Chen were scared by the ghost in the film because it looked so real. After watching it for a few seconds, Lu Zhan and Lui Chen felt the high quality of this film. In fact, they hadn't been well prepared when they went to shoot this horror film, so they didn't have much anticipation for it to be popular. No investors would invest a large amount of money into a horror film, because it couldn't attract a huge audience. However, after Kei's edit, this film had a high potential to be a blockbuster. Although this film wasn't fully finished yet, because they needed voice actors to do the voices in the film, it was already scary enough with the scenes and sounds. Lu Zhan and Lui Chen enjoyed every second of the film. If Gu Ning hadn't cured Lu Zhan's heart disease, he would have had a heart attack by now. It took Lu Zhan and Lui Chen a long while to calm themselves down after watching the film for the first time. Then they began to watch it the second time. Even though they had already watched it once, they were still scared sometimes. Uncle Jean, this film editor Muyi is so good. He's edited this film well within just 2 days, and its quality is so unbelievable, Louis Chen said. Right, he must be a genius. I've never seen such a talented film worker like him before. I'm confident that this film can be popular once it's shown in theaters, Lu Zhan said. As long as they could promote it well, there was no doubt that this film would be a great success. When they walked out of the multimedia room, they were still in shock and fear because of the film. Lu Zhan walked to the general manager's office afterwards. Director Lu, what happened? Seeing Lu Zhan's pale face, Lu Xiao asked with concern. Lu Zhan took a long breath in before he opened his mouth. Manager Lu, this film is edited so well that I'm confident that it can be a great success. Really? Lu Xiao was surprised. Lu Zhan was a well-known director in this industry, and Lu Xiao knew how experienced and skilled he was when it came to films. If Lu Zhan thought that this film could be a great success, it was very likely to happen. Well, we can check whether the voice actors are ready now and finish the film as soon as possible, Lu Xiao said. He was curious to see the audience's reaction to the film. Lu Xiao had hired voice actors before Lu Zhan arrived. He also thought that it would take at least several weeks to edit the film well, but it was already done after 2 days. Sure, Lu Zhan said, then left. Gu Ning wouldn't interfere in the business of Fenghua Entertainment unless it was necessary, and Lu Xiao was completely in charge of it. Therefore, Gu Ning wasn't aware of the condition of Fenghua Entertainment for now. Gu Ning arrived at the airport of HK around 4:40 p.m. Once she got off the plane, she called He Xin. He Xin said that she was already waiting for her in the arrival hall. She came to pick Gu Ning up in person. Hi Miss Gu, been a while. He Xin was excited to see Gu Ning. Gu Ning's help was super important in her eyes, so she had to make sure that Gu Ning was safe. Nice to see you again, Miss He, Gu Ning said with a smile. Please follow me this way, He Xin said. Then guided Gu Ning and the others out of the airport and got into a car at the roadside. Miss Gu, we can share a meal at the hotel first, and you can have a good rest today. The gambling match will begin at 2 p.m. the day after tomorrow, so you can have a trip around HK, but you must be careful, He Xin said. The competition would be held the day after tomorrow, but Gu Ning wanted to have a tour in HK, so she came here a day earlier. He Xin planned to arrange several bodyguards for Gu Ning, but Gu Ning declined because she already had 2 ace killers by her sides. I will, Gu Ning replied. At this moment, Gu Ning's phone rang, and the caller was Li Maosong, who she hadn't contacted for a long time. Seeing the caller's name, Gu Ning understood that they must have found an ancient grave somewhere. Unkla Li. Gu Ning put on her earphones and answered the phone. Hi Miss Gu, I just saw a girl who looks quite familiar to you at the airport of HK, and there was a man and woman by her sides. Is the girl you? Li Maosong asked. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second. In that case, Li Maosong must be in HK too. Yeah, it's me. I just left the airport. Are you also in HK now? Gu Ning asked. Yes, we just arrived here too. We got a piece of information but are not sure about it yet, so we decided to check it ourselves before we tell you. I'm surprised to see you in HK. Are you free? Why don't we share a meal and talk about it? Li Maosong said. Well, I'm a little busy right now, so I'll contact you a little bit later, Gu Ning said. Sure, Li Maosong said, then hung up. He Xin booked the largest presidential suite for Gu Ning's group in the most luxurious 5-star hotel. After that, they went to dine together. Miss He, is your second older brother still missing? Gu Ning asked with concern. Thinking of her second older brother, He Xin looked sad. Yeah, he's still missing. Do you know how your second older brother disappeared? Gu Ning asked. She had no intention to do He Xin a favor, but she wouldn't mind paying attention to it. It wasn't a secret, so He Xin directly said. 2 months ago, he went to sail with his friends. They left for a small undeveloped island on the west side. In the beginning we could get through to him, but we lost touch the next day, and he never came back again. My father sent a lot of people to find him. Their yacht was still stopped by the small island, but they were nowhere to be found. Besides, no other yachts have been there except theirs. After a short time, my father's ears act up, and the news went abroad. My family is affected a little, but luckily we have many allies, so our family business is still doing well. However, it won't last long, because He Hongyuan is always thinking of taking over my family's business. He Hongyuan doesn't bother to hide his ambition, so my family are all aware of his aim, but he refuses to admit it himself. We don't have solid proof either, so we can do nothing about it, He Xin added. Speaking of He Hongyuan, He Xin was angry. Gu Ning didn't ask further. She had planned to pay some attention to He Xin's second older brother's disappearance, but it now seemed difficult. After the meal, He Xin left and Gu Ning called Li Maosong. Li Maosong and his friends were dining in a 4-star hotel now, which wasn't far from the hotel Gu Ning stayed in, so Gu Ning decided to walk there as a way of exercise. Just as she arrived at the hall, she noticed that He Xin was in a conflict with a man and a woman. The man and woman stood hand in hand, looking at He Xin with arrogance. He Xin, it must be a hard time for you, right? I will be the heiress of the He family the day after tomorrow, while you'll lose everything you were born with. The woman laughed at He Xin with her eyes full of maliciousness. In the past, He Ishi was always overshadowed by He Xin. This woman who was making fun of He Xin was exactly the daughter of her uncle, He Ishi. The man by her side was the second son of the leader of the Tiandihui, Hong Yuefei. Although Hong Yuefei was He Ishi's boyfriend now, he was still interested in He Xin. However, he also couldn't wait a second longer to gloat over He Xin's failure. That was the reason why he agreed with He Ishi to scheme against the He family. He would wait to take He Xin as his possession by force after she lost everything so that nobody could or would be willing to help her then. Oh really? Isn't it too early to say that? Although He Xin was in a rage now, she remained calm on the surface. However, no matter how calm she seemed, people could still sense her anger, because the two people standing in front of her were the cause of the He family's problem. He Xin wished she could tear them into pieces right now. I don't think so. He Ishi smiled with disdain. He Xin felt disgusted and planned to walk away, but He Ishi raised her foot and placed it in He Xin's way all of a sudden. He Xin stumbled and exclaimed. People around all turned to look at her. If she fell on the ground, it would be really painful. To everyone's surprise, a girl grabbed He Xin's arm at the last second and pulled her up. The girl was Gu Ning, and she knew what He Ishi was going to do the moment He Ishi reached out her foot, so she was able to catch He Xin's arm before she fell. Everyone was shocked by the scene in the hall. Without delay, Gu Ning protected He Xin behind her back. In the meantime, Gu Ning kicked He Ishi's ankle. It looked careless, but Gu Ning did it on purpose. In fact, except for Gao Yi and Xiao Ye, nobody noticed Gu Ning's foot, because they were all paying attention to He Xin. Gu Ning secretly used her magical power when she attacked He Ishi, and He Ishi's ankle was instantly broken with a clear sound. He Ishi screamed in pain and fell the next second. Luckily, she was holding Hong Yuefei's arm, so she didn't fall on the ground. Ishi, are you alright? Hong Yuefei asked. And my ankle is so sore. He Ishi's face turned pale. Hearing that, Hong Yuefei squatted to check her ankle, but she screamed again once his hand touched her ankle. It's broken. Hong Yuefei was astonished, but didn't know how it happened. He didn't see Gu Ning attack He Ishi, so he had no idea that it was Gu Ning who had done it. She just kicked me. He Ishi pointed at Gu Ning, shouting in anger. Hearing that, Hong Yuefei abruptly turned to glare at Gu Ning. When he was about to swear at her, he was stunned by her beauty. Gu Ning was more beautiful than any girl he had ever seen before. He Ishi was annoyed, and she soon got jealous when she saw Gu Ning's face. Yuefei. He Ishi was displeased but didn't dare to lose her temper, because she knew that Hong Yuefei was a playboy who always wanted to have sex with pretty girls. Even though she was his girlfriend now, he still maintained a sexual relationship with different women. She was unwilling to accept it, but she needed the title of Mrs. Hong the most, which meant that nobody would dare to act against her in HK. In order to gain the title, she had to stand the fact that Hong Yuefei had many mistresses, and she did her best in bed to attract him. In fact, she had already succeeded. so they would be married once the He family's business became theirs. Hearing He-ishi's voice, Hong Yuefei finally got his mind back, but he still ignored her and pretended to be a gentleman before Gu-ning. Miss, nice to meet you. I'm Hong Yuefei, the second son of the leader of the Tiandihui. May I know your name? However, Gu-ning turned to He-sin. Miss, after you. Gu-ning didn't address He-sin as Miss He, because she didn't want Hong Yuefei and He-ishi to find out that they were acquaintances. He-sin also had the same idea. Although she was worried about Gu-ning, she understood that Gu-ning could protect herself since Gu-ning told her to leave now. Therefore, she thanked Gu-ning then left. Gu-ning was the one who had kicked He-ishi, so He-ishi didn't stop He-sin from walking outside. He-ishi also realized that Gu-ning was going to pay Hong Yuefei back. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to let Gu-ning go. Well, you weren't born here, right? Hong Yuefei suddenly asked. Many people in the hall showed disdain after hearing that. Citizens in HK never liked people from other cities, because they thought that others were all poorer than them. HK did have a highly developed commerce and finance, but it was a very small city with absurdly high housing prices. Many people had to live in space the size of a box. Only super rich people could afford a large house or manor. In that case, countless people from other cities couldn't understand why citizens in HK believed that they were better than others. Let's go now, Gu-ning said to Gao Yi and Xiao Ya, then strode away. She didn't bother to give Hong Yuefei a glance from the beginning to the end. Stop right there. Hong Yuefei opened his mouth. Gu-ning, however, didn't stop at all. She acted like Hong Yuefei wasn't calling her. Hong Yuefei let He-ishi go at once, and He-ishi almost fell down, but she didn't mind it now. She knew that the girl was going to be punished once Hong Yuefei got mad. Hong Yuefei went ahead and blocked Gu-ning's way. At the same time, Gao Yi stood in between Gu-ning and Hong Yuefei to separate him from Gu-ning. Hong Yuefei was displeased, glaring at Gu-ning like a hungry wolf. How dare you ignore me? Don't you know who I am? You won't be able to bear the result if you annoy me. Gu-ning stared at him with an expressionless face, and Hong Yuefei somehow felt stressed. Really? Did I annoy you? Gu-ning coldly asked. She didn't seem scared of his family background at all. You? Hong Yuefei was struck dumb for a second. You kicked my woman. I kicked your woman, not you. It's none of your business. If your woman is annoyed, you can tell her to argue with me. In addition, your woman tried to make the miss stumble, and I just taught her a lesson in case she does it again, Gu-ning said. You? Hong Yuefei didn't know what to say. Seeing that, He-ishi lost patience and said, Yuefei, I'm your woman. She kicked me on purpose because she doesn't respect you, which is a humiliation to the Tiandihui. Hearing that, Hong Yuefei agreed. Well, if you're willing to be my mistress, I can forgive you, otherwise I'll teach you a lesson too. Hong Yuefei threatened Gu-ning, leering at her. He-ishi, on the other hand, was mad. It turned out that Hong Yuefei was still interested in this girl. Show me what can you do, Gu-ning said in a cold tone. She was reluctant to have conflict with the Tiandihui, but she wouldn't hesitate to face the challenge. Lord Hong, please don't cause us trouble here. This is Gonghao Hotel. If you affect our business, I'm afraid that I can only talk to Leader Hong. Before Hong Yuefei could do anything to hurt Gu-ning, a male voice interrupted him. A man around 27 years old walked towards them from the entrance of the hotel. It sounded like he was the owner or the manager of this hotel. Oh, what a coincidence, Lord Gong. Seeing the man, Hong Yuefei changed his expression. Although he wasn't flattering the man, he was very polite and kind to him. No matter how arrogant Hong Yuefei was, he was afraid of his father. If his father learned that he caused trouble at Gonghao Hotel, he would be criticized. Gonghao Hotel was owned by the top super-rich family in HK, the Gong family. Even the Tiandihui had to show some respect towards them. Lord Gong was precisely the second son of the Gong family, Gong Zihan, who was also the heir. There were many influential people in the Gong family. Gong Zihan's older brother was a leader of an international criminal police team, and his older sister held an important position in the politics. The young generation of the super-rich families in HK had all heard of Gong Zihan, the heir of the Gong family, and none of them dared to act against him. "Lord Hong, please solve your problem out of here," Gong Zihan said, then gave Guning a glance before he left. Once Gong Zihan was gone, Hong Yuefei looked evil again. "Let's go outside to solve this problem." He stared straight at Guning. "Are you sure you alone can beat 3 of us in a fight?" Guning said with disdain. Hong Yuefei then observed the 2 people by Guning's sides. He was a gangster and had been practicing fighting skills ever since he was a kid, so he knew that they must be good at martial arts at a glance. Even though he didn't know if they were better than him, he wasn't confident that he could win the fight. Besides, he didn't bring bodyguards with him today.
On Yuefei hésita-t-elle.
Seeing that, Hiishi got anxious. He's the second son of the leader of the Tiandihui. You should know how influential the Tiandihui is. If you dare to hurt him, the Tiandihui won't let you get away with it. Hearing that, Hong Yuefei also raised his voice, arguing. "Right, my father is the leader of the Tiandihui. If you dare to hurt me, the Tiandihui will pay you back without doubt." All of a sudden, Guning felt that Hong Yuefei was a little stupid, and he needed Hiishi's help to figure things out. In that case, Hiishi must have done a lot to become Hong Yuefei's girlfriend. However, it was just a cheap trick in Guning's eyes. "You've mentioned the Tiandihui many times till now. Do you think I'm afraid of it?"
Guning sighed.
She had already wasted a lot of time on them. She was running out of time and had to leave now. "If you want to fight, let's have a fight outside," Guning said with impatience, then walked out. Hong Yuefei, however, still hesitated. Hiishi didn't say a word now either, because she was worried that they might really hurt Hong Yuefei. Even though Hong Yuefei wasn't willing to fight against Guning, many people in the hall were staring at him, so he had to accept the challenge as the second son of the leader of the Tiandihui. Therefore, Hong Yuefei followed Guning, and many onlookers went outside to watch the fight too. Hiishi's ankle was broken, so she could barely stand on her feet. She yelled at the receptionist in anger. "Are you blind? Couldn't you see my broken ankle? Call the ambulance now." The receptionist then called the ambulance at once, and went to support Hiishi to sit on a nearby sofa. Outside, Guning asked Hong Yuefei, "Are you sure? Don't waste time on talking. Let's begin now," Hong Yuefei said, then attacked Guning without delay. Both Guning and Xiaoya stood still, while Gaoyi moved ahead to fight against Hong Yuefei. He alone was enough to beat Hong Yuefei. Within seconds, Hong Yuefei was beaten down on the floor, and couldn't get back to his feet on his own. In ordinary people's eyes, Hong Yuefei was probably good at fighting, but he was merely nobody in Gao Yi's eyes. Onlookers were all shocked by the scene. Even Hong Yuefei himself didn't expect that Gao Yi could beat him down within such a short time. He felt so humiliated and mad. "Let's go." Guning gave Hong Yuefei a glance of disdain, then left with Gao Yi and Xiaoya. Hong Yuefei was displeased, but could do nothing about it. He made up his mind to pay them back. Hearing the bad news that Hong Yuefei was beaten down on the ground, Hiishi came out with the help of 2 waitresses. It was painful for her to move, but she had to do it in order to show her care towards Hong Yuefei. In that case, Hiishi went outside unwillingly. When she got outside, Hong Yuefei was sitting on the ground. "Yuefei, are you all right?" Hiishi asked with worries. "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm injured?" Hong Yuefei vented his anger on Hiishi. Hiishi was aggrieved, but couldn't say anything about it. New Envel chapters are published on. Before long, an ambulance arrived, and Hiishi along with Hong Yuefei were sent to the hospital. Guning and the others arrived at the hotel Li Maosong and his friends stayed in around 7 minutes later, and they gathered together in a private room. Li Maosong, Sun Chao, Zhao Jiangquan and Gui Yang were all in the room, because they worked as a team. Miss Guam. Have a seat, please. The second Guning showed up. They stood up and welcomed her with enthusiasm. "Hi you all, nice to see you again." Guning greeted them with a smile, then sat down with Gao Yi and Xiaoya by her sides. "Miss Gu they are?" Li Maosong looked at Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. What they were going to talk about was confidential, so he had to be sure that the two strangers here were reliable. Gu Ning understood and smiled at Li Maosong. "They're my bodyguards. Don't worry." "Great," Li Maosong said. "Miss Gu, the thing is that my friend, who loves undersea adventures, went on an adventure at the bottom of the sea 10 kilometers away from West HK. They found a ship there and it was made dozens of years ago. I think that there must be many real antiques inside, but nobody can swim near to it," Li Maosong said, frowning. "Once my friend swam near, he would be pushed away by a strong current," Li Maosong added. Gu Ning thought that there must be some ghosts. Li Maosong and his friends also had the same idea. Ever since they had encountered the zombie, they started to believe in ghosts. "We had the same thought when we heard the information, so we planned to check it out ourselves before we told you," Zhao Jiangquan said. "I think it's highly possible, but we need to see it for ourselves," Gu Ning said. She was very interested in it, so she planned to go there with them. Li Maosong and his friends were concerned about their safety at the beginning, but were now totally relieved since Gu Ning was going there with them. They completely trusted Gu Ning. "Miss Gu, I heard the news from my friend, so he and his friends will go with us. If we find anything valuable, they'll share it with us too. Do you mind?" Li Maosong asked. "Of course not," Gu Ning said. In fact, if there were really valuable objects in the ship, Gu Ning would put them into her telepathic eye space first, and shared the rest of the antiques with them. They knew that Gu Ning was generous, but they still needed to ask for her agreement. "We'll set off at 7 a.m. tomorrow from this hotel. Will you come here to meet us? Or do you need us to pick you up?" Li Maosong asked. "We can meet here before 7 a.m. tomorrow," Gu Ning said. It was settled like that. After the serious business, they began to chat casually. Guo Yang said with excitement, "Miss Gu, I read many pieces of news about you on the internet these days, and your achievements really impress me." "Exactly. Miss Gu, is there anything you can't do?" Zhao Jiangquan joked.
Gu Ning smiled.
"Well, I am better than most of the ordinary people at many things, but it doesn't mean that I can do everything. Your parents must be super proud of you," Li Maosong said, then felt sad because he thought of his own daughter and wife. He used to have a loving family, but he lost his beloved daughter and wife 10 years ago in a car accident. It had taken him a long time to move on. He still had to take care of his aged parents, so he had to be strong and continue to live his life. However, because he loved his deceased wife, he never married again. Li Maosong used to be an owner of an antique store which was his family's property for many generations, but it wasn't profitable. His father got seriously sick afterwards, and was badly in need of a large amount of money for medicine, so he was forced to be a gravedigger to make more money. And now his parents were both healthy and lived a good life. When Ishi was admitted into the hospital, her ankle was moved back to its normal position, and she could soon walk on her own. Hong Yuefei, however, had to stay in bed for a couple of days. It was something completely unacceptable in his eyes. Therefore, he kept swearing at Gu Ning. "Damn it, I must pay them back. How dare they humiliate and hurt me?" Gu Ning and the others left a while later. When they had almost entered the hotel, a bunch of men surrounded them. Gu Ning understood that they must have been sent by Hong Yuefei. Without delay, they began to attack Gu Ning, Xiao Ye and Gao Yi, and none of them were bad at fighting. Hong Yuefei wasn't too dumb, and he gathered over a dozen of the most skilled fighters in the Tiandihui to beat them. However, they were still barely comparable to Gu Ning, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. Within a minute, the three of them beat the bunch of men down on the ground. Those men were struck dumb, because they couldn't believe that they failed so soon. In a room on the 16th floor of the Gonghao Hotel, two men were standing in front of the French window, and both of them were amazed by the scene. One of them was Gong Zihan that Gu Ning had just met in the hall, while the other was around 30 years old with an unusually handsome face. Most importantly, he resembled Su Jinshan a lot. In fact, he was Su Jinshan's older brother, Su Jinlin. "Can your younger brother do better than them?" Gong Zihan asked. "They move too fast, so it's hard to tell," Su Jinlin replied. It was the truth that Gu Ning and the others moved too fast to let others see exactly how good they were at fighting. Su Jinshan was probably a match for Gao Yi and Xiao Ya, but he couldn't do better than Gu Ning. Once Gu Ning and the others beat those men down, they entered the hotel. The leader of those men called Hong Yufa at once and told him the result. What? Seriously? They beat you all down within just a minute? Are you all trash? Hong Yufa was even angrier. To his astonishment, Gu Ning and the others were able to beat some of the most skilled fighters in the Tiandihui down within just a minute. Should he send out the top fighters in the Tiandihui? However, the top fighters in the Tiandihui only followed the orders of his father and older brother. Hong Yufa was reluctant to give up, so he called his older brother afterwards. Hong Yufa's older brother, however, refused to help him and criticized him for a long time on the phone. He knew Hong Yufa too well. If Hong Yufa hadn't caused others trouble, Hong Yufa himself wouldn't be in trouble now. Obviously, the girl wasn't someone Hong Yufa could mess with. Although the Tiandihui was an influential gang in HK, times were different now. If they caused too much trouble for the government, they would be punished too. The government would only turn a blind eye when it wasn't serious. Most gangs were involved in business now and seldom committed crimes. However, they were gangs after all, so they were still dealing with drugs and arms, but in a much more careful way. Hong Yufa always believed that he could do whatever he wanted because his father was the leader of an influential gang. And it was true until he ran into Gu Ning. Hong Yuahuan warned Hong Yufa to stop causing trouble in case their whole family would be implicated in it. Hong Yufa wasn't surprised by his older brother's attitude, but he was still very displeased. He didn't dare to argue against his older brother, and hung up the call after complaining for a while. Hong Yuahuan, as the heir of the Tiandihui, wasn't as mean and aggressive as Hong Yufa. Instead, he was kind and kept a low profile. Although he wouldn't help Hong Yufa take revenge, he would do an investigation on the girl. If he could make friends with her, it wouldn't be a bad thing. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting talked with each other on the phone that night, she didn't tell him that she was going to search for treasures under the sea tomorrow, in case he was worried. The next day, Gu Ning and the others went to meet Li Maosong and his team at 6:50 a.m. They prepared an MPV, which was able to accommodate 7 people. Li Maosong's friends would meet them at the appointed bay. Li Maosong had already told his friends about how Gu Ning had helped them before, and his friends were looking forward to meeting her. Since Li Maosong told them that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, they held great anticipation. After nearly 40 minutes, they arrived at the bay. The bay was located in the countryside. Precisely because of that, the land wasn't developed yet, but there were sparse villas for rich people to take a vacation here. The view was very beautiful with a sky-blue ocean. There were also several yachts stopped by the dock. A friend of Li Maosong's friend owned a villa here, and his yacht was also stopped here. When he was free on weekends, they would come here to relax. Today was Wednesday, so he asked for a leave to meet with Li Maosong. They arrived here earlier than Li Maosong's group, and were now wandering on the beach talking about the sunken ship. They had searched for as much information about it as they could find during the past few days. The incident happened many years ago. A commander named Hu moved from State F to HK with his whole family, but he encountered a tsunami when he was about to reach HK, and the ship sank. However, the sea area was very large. Many people had come to search for treasure over the years, but they had returned with nothing. Li Maosong's friends found the ship by accident. Seeing the car coming, they knew that it must be Li Maosong, so they walked over. Maosong. A man who walked ahead of 2 others greeted Li Maosong politely. Nice to see you again, Zhao Xian, Li Maosong said with a smile. Please let me introduce you. This is Miss Gu that I've told you about. Miss Gu, this is my friend Shen Zhaoxian. If you don't mind, you can call him Uncle Shun. Visit Novelp for the best novel reading experience. Shen Zhaoxian was a man around 40 years old, but he looked much younger than his age because he was an exercise lover. The 2 men behind him were in their late 30s. Nice to meet you, Uncle Shun, Gu Ning said. Nice to meet you too, Miss Gu, Shen Zhaoxian replied. He didn't show any disdain for her just because she was very young. Li Maosong had told him how unbelievable this girl was. Even if he didn't believe Gu Ning, he should trust Li Maosong. Therefore, he would treat Gu Ning with respect for Li Maosong's sake. Afterwards, they introduced themselves to each other before they went on to the yacht. After they were all seated, Shen Zhaoxian told them what he had found out. I've searched for information about the incident which has happened in the area many years ago. A commander named who moved from State F to HK with his whole family, but he encountered a tsunami when he was about to reach HK, and the ship sank. Given his high social status, I believe that there must be many valuable objects in the ship, but the place is too weird to approach. Li Maosong and his team thought that there must be ghosts or monsters, but they didn't tell Shen Zhaoxian, because it was hard for others to believe in ghosts and monsters without witnessing them in person. Gu Ning also reminded Li Maosong and his team to keep it a secret. The fewer people who were aware of it, the better it was. Shen Zhaoxian asked Gu Ning all of a sudden, "Miss Gu, what do you think about this strange phenomenon?" In Shen Zhaoxian's eyes, Gu Ning couldn't just be a teenager girl. Even though she was young, she looked much more mature than her age. "Well, I have no idea because I didn't experience it myself," Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said so, Shen Zhaoxian stopped asking. The yacht moved ahead for 20 minutes and they arrived at their destination. Around this area of the sea, except for a small island not far away, there was only sea water in every direction. Noticing the small island, Gu Ning suddenly remembered what he seen had told her. "What is that island?" Gu Ning asked. "It's an undeveloped island without a name. The island isn't large and it's just as big as 2 or 3 football fields. We heard that some people were lost there a while ago, so we were curious and went to have a look. There are just some ancient buildings on the island, which could belong to a certain ancient family or small tribe." Shen Zhaoxian. Hearing that, Gu Ning thought that it was highly possible that those lost people were he seen's second older brother and his friends. "Why don't we go there after we're done here? I'm very curious," Gu Ning said. "Sure," Shen Zhaoxian said. The ancient buildings there were indeed interesting. The yacht stopped and Shen Zhaoxian said, "It's right here, but I'm not sure about its accurate position. We can only dive to search for it." "No problem," Gu Ning said. After that, Shen Zhaoxian took out wetsuits and oxygen tanks. Although Gu Ning could swim casually under the sea without them, she still had to put them on in order to not be disturbed by the seawater. Anyway, they would stay under for a long time. Even if she couldn't get close to the shipwreck, or there was nothing in it, it took no less than an hour for them to swim down and back. If there was something on the boat, they had to take it and it would take a lot more time. Without oxygen, a man could only stay under the sea for a few minutes. They only prepared 4 sets of wetsuits, because it was enough for 4 people to dive into the sea. The others would stay above on the yacht holding ropes. If anything went wrong, they could pull them back. Every person who was going to dive was equipped with a camera so that the others who stayed on the yacht would know what was going on down there and their conditions. It was decided that Gu Ning, Shen Zhaoxian, Zhao Jiangquan and Gao Yi would dive into the sea. Li Maosong and Sun Chao were aged, and although they were still physically strong, it was still difficult for them to dive with weight. One of Shen Zhaoxuan's 2 friends had to take control of the rope tied to his body, while the other was the captain of the yacht, so Shen Zhaoxian would dive. Xiaoya was in charge of Gu Ning's rope, and Guo Yang was responsible for Gao Yi's. Gu Ning and the other 3 people dove into the sea and sank downwards at a relatively fast speed, but it still took them around 10 minutes to get to the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the sea, it was completely dark with various reefs, coral algae, and a variety of fish, so the visibility was only a few meters. However, it wasn't a problem for Gu Ning. With her pair of jade eyes, she could see dozens of meters ahead clearly. Although Shen Zhaoxian had seen the ship before, he wasn't certain about its specific location, so they began to search around. Gu Ning had jade eyes, so it was very easy for her to find the ship, which was 10 meters to their right. The sunken ship was very large, but it had already been severely damaged. The 2-story cabin now had only one left, and it was tattered. In the cabin, there were around a dozen mahogany boxes, some of which had been destroyed with some porcelain scattered all over the place. Gu Ning then used her jade eyes to scan through the other boxes. There were clothes in 2, cloth in 1, soaked books and scrolls in 1, guns in 1, gold bars in 1, jade objects and various jewelry in 1, all kinds of porcelain in 1, and antiques in the other 2 boxes. Those antiques dated back to many dynasties. It seemed that Commander, who was also a collector, they couldn't talk to each other under the sea, so Gu Ning made some hand gestures to tell them to go right. They were searching in darkness, so the others didn't think that Gu Ning had already found it, but they had to move together in a group. After swimming right for 10 meters, the sunken ship appeared in their sight. They were surprised but didn't think further. They stopped 5 meters away from it and looked at Gu Ning with one accord. Li Maosong and Gao Yi believed that Gu Ning had to be able to figure a way out, while Shun Zhaoxian was curious about how Gu Ning was going to deal with it. Gu Ning made a gesture towards Gao Yi to tell him to have a try. Gao Yi understood, then swam ahead. However, he only moved forward about 3 meters, and was soon pushed back by a mysterious force. When Gao Yi was pushed back, Gu Ning was a little scared because she noticed a young man in a military uniform, with a pale, expressionless face on the ship. She knew that he had to be a ghost, instead of a human with a simple glance. Since it was a ghost, Gao Yi and the others couldn't see it. The others weren't surprised at seeing Gao Yi being pushed back, and they didn't have much hope. At this time, Gu Ning told them to stay away unless she allowed them to come. They nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Gu Ning swam ahead, fixing her eyes at the male ghost. It was surprised looking at Gu Ning frowning. It wondered whether she really saw it, and couldn't believe that a normal human being could see it. When Gu Ning moved near, the male ghost reached out its hands trying to push her away, but Gu Ning caught it first. The male ghost was shocked. How is it possible that you can see me and even catch me? Even though it was already the truth, the male ghost found it unbelievable. Gu Ning couldn't talk, so she just nodded at it. The male ghost understood that Gu Ning's group came here for nothing good, so it started to fight back. Gu Ning wasn't agile under the sea with weights on, but it was still easy for her to get control of the male ghost. Just took a while longer. Shun Zhaoxian and the others, however, were confused watching Gu Ning punching the seawater. They didn't know what she was doing now. The male ghost was forced to step backwards, and Gu Ning moved onto the sunken ship along the way. Seeing that, Shun Zhaoxian and the others were excited. Shun Zhaoxian moved and wanted to follow but was stopped by Gao Yi. Without Gu Ning's order, they had to stay away from it for now. Shun Zhaoxian wasn't annoyed at all. He realized that he was indeed a little impulsive, so he calmed himself down. After Gu Ning forced the male ghost to move into the cabin, she had already gotten control of it. Nevertheless, it was a ghost, and it wouldn't be injured or killed. Gu Ning had to make it give in or eliminate it. And there was only one way Gu Ning knew to eliminate a ghost. She could burn it, but she was under the sea now, so it wouldn't work. If Gu Ning wanted to take things out from here, she had to conquer this male ghost. Gu Ning stopped fighting against it, and the ghost stopped as well, but it stayed alert looking at her. You're a ghost now. Why do you have to guard these objects that are without an owner? She took the snorkel out of her mouth. She covered her camera before she came here, so the others didn't know what was happening inside. You can talk. The male ghost was surprised again. Well, these are the only things left by Commander Hu now. I owe him a lot. As long as I exist, I should guard his belongings. Destroy me first if you want to take them away. Although the male ghost knew that it wasn't a match for Gu Ning, it was a ghost now, and couldn't be injured or killed, so it wasn't afraid of Gu Ning. Why do you have to do that?
Gu Ning siket.
Gu Ning understood the male ghost's feelings towards Commander Hu. If Commander Hu were still alive, she wouldn't steal his belongings, but he was already dead. Once he was dead, his belongings became something without an owner. Why do you have to steal others' belongings? The male ghost asked. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second. The male ghost wouldn't give in. What should she do? As Gu Ning felt cornered, an idea dawned on her. She could put the male ghost into her telepathic eye space. She had a pair of jade eyes so she could see and touch things normal human beings couldn't. In that case, her telepathic eye space could also store things which appeared in her sight. She could see ghosts so she could put them away. In fact, it wasn't Gu Ning's idea. The jade eyes reminded her to do that. Therefore, once Gu Ning received the message, she attacked the male ghost and caught its wrist. The second she touched the ghost, it disappeared. She succeeded. Afterwards, she went to check those boxes without delay. The locks were already rotten after being soaked in sea water for so many years, so she could directly open the boxes. Gu Ning put several antiques she thought were most valuable into her telepathic eye space. Although they weren't many, they were priceless. She didn't touch the box of gold bars, and would share them with the others. After putting what she wanted into her telepathic eye space, Gu Ning turned around and swam out. The three people outside were worried when Gu Ning had stayed inside for a long time. They thought that they should probably go inside to have a look, but Gu Ning showed up at this moment and they were relieved. She waved her hand at them, and they swam towards the ship at once. If Gu Ning told them to come over, there must be valuable objects inside. This time they successfully swam into the cabin and found the 10 large boxes. Once they opened those boxes, they rounded their eyes in shock. They knew that there must be many valuable objects in this ship, but they were still astonished to see so many of them. Zhao Jiangquan and Shen Zhaoxian were excited, but Gao Yi looked calm as usual. He wasn't interested in these ancient objects after all. Without delay, they started to pack the good clothes, cloth, gold bars, real antiques and so on into 5 boxes in all. After that, they moved the boxes out onto the ocean floor. Those boxes were quite heavy, and it was impossible for any of them to swim upwards carrying a large box. In addition, they already dove into the sea with weights on. Therefore, they decided to work shifts. 2 of them would move 1 large box at a time, while the other 2 waited at the bottom of the sea. Shen Zhaoxian and Gao Yi would move a large box first, and Gu Ning along with Zhao Jiangquan would wait at the bottom. They took off their ropes and fastened it to the large box, then tied it to Shen Zhaoxuan's and Gao Yi's waists. Afterwards, they sent a message through the camera to their partners in the yacht. The people who stayed in the yacht started to draw their ropes back and pull them up. When they were moving upwards, Gu Ning sized up the surroundings. She loved eating seafood, so she brought a net bag with her when she came here in order to catch some seafood. Gu Ning told Zhao Jiangquan to guard the rest of the boxes with a hand gesture, then went to swim around. There was a lot of seafood in the ocean, but Gu Ning couldn't take all of it away, so she chose some big fish and shellfish. Abalone, sea cucumber, prawns, big crabs, and so on were all in her net bag. Zhao Jiangquan was surprised by Gu Ning's actions. They came here to search for treasure, but Gu Ning searched for seafood. She was so different from them. Even though Zhao Jiangquan couldn't see the seafood in Gu Ning's net bag clearly, he thought that it was a good idea. He liked eating seafood too. Before long, Gu Ning's net bag was filled with seafood. However, Gu Ning noticed a golden fish swimming in the coral reef. She recognized it with a simple glance. It was the giant yellow croaker. The giant yellow croaker was a critically endangered species of marine and brackish water fish in the family Cyaenidae. There used to be a giant yellow croaker which weighed 48 kilograms, and someone had paid 600,000 yuan for it. It was even more expensive than gold. Gu Ning wouldn't allow herself to let it escape. Moreover, this giant yellow croaker was unusually big and weighed around 70 kilograms. In case the fish fled, Gu Ning produced some magical power to attract it. The second she did that, not only the giant yellow croaker, but many other fish were also attracted. In an instant, Gu Ning was surrounded by all kinds of fish. Seeing that, Zhao Jiangquan was shocked. The giant yellow croaker didn't escape because of her magical power, but instead swam towards Gu Ning. Gu Ning quickly caught it and put it into her telepathic eye space. Once the giant yellow croaker was put into her telepathic eye space, it stayed there in the same position as it was in when it was in the ocean. Although it was a living animal, it wasn't included in human beings, so Gu Ning was able to store it in the telepathic eye space. As for the other fish, Gu Ning had no interest in them. When she caught enough, she swam back to Zhao Jiangquan's side. Seeing the net bag which was full of colorful seafood, Zhao Jiangquan was amazed. He was curious about the species of the seafood inside, and asked Gu Ning whether he could have a look. He was astonished when he saw what was inside. They were all big abalone, sea cucumber, prawns, big crabs, and so on. Several fish were also inside, which weren't rare, but not cheap either. It cost at least dozens of thousands of yuan if they ordered so much seafood in a restaurant. Zhao Jiangquan couldn't admire Gu Ning more now. Gu Ning smiled and looked proud. A few minutes later, Shun Zhaoxian and Gao Yi were back. Seeing the net bag hanging on Gu Ning's waist, both of them were surprised. Their mouths were watering too, because the seafood would be very delicious. Even though Shun Zhaoxian lived in a city near the sea and ate seafood often, he still loved it. This time Gu Ning and Zhao Jiangquan carried a large box of jewelry together and were pulled up. When they were back in the yacht, everyone was excited. It was hard for them to stay calm now because they got so many priceless ancient objects. It all thanks to Gu Ning actually, so they repeatedly thanked Gu Ning when she got out of the sea. "Miss Gu, you're so amazing. I lack words to compliment you right now. If it weren't for you, we couldn't get so many valuable things," Li Maosong said. "Right, Miss Gu, thank you so much." The others all thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. Gu Ning kindly smiled at them. It was true that she did a lot to help them get those ancient treasure. All of a sudden, Gu Ning had an idea. There must be many ancient commercial ships buried under the sea. If they could find them, they would find a lot more treasure. However, the ocean was too large, and it was very difficult to find a sunken ship. If she was free in the future, she would sail around other areas of this sea. She could take it as a tour anyway. She had jade eyes, and could directly see the bottom of the sea from its surface. There was no need for her to search for treasure by swimming in the ocean. The others who stayed in the yacht were all surprised to see the net bag which was filled with seafood hanging on Gu Ning's waist. "Miss Gu, you're well prepared." Li Maozong Zhuka. Gu Ning laughed a little. "Yeah, I love eating seafood. I thought that since we're going to dive, why don't we catch something to eat? They're all fresh, but I think you will have to help me cook them."
"Ah, don't worry.
"I'm good at cooking seafood and we can share a seafood feast in my villa," Shen Zhaoshuan's friend said. They thought that the seafood in Gu Ning's net bag would be very common, but it turned out to be the opposite. They were all uncommon species. "Jesus, I've never seen so much seafood of these species before," Shen Zhaoshuan's friend said with surprise. It depended on one's luck to catch seafood of rare species. Gu Ning, however, got a lot of expensive seafood within a short time. After moving the large box to the yacht, Gu Ning and Zhao Jiangquan rested for a few minutes. They needed fresh air. Although Gu Ning had her magical power to protect herself, she still felt a little tired. Zhao Jiangquan, who was an ordinary human being, was exhausted now. They could directly move those boxes back with ropes, but the objects inside were all highly valuable. In order to make sure that they were all safe, they had to carry it with them. Besides, those boxes were nearly rotten after being soaked in the sea water for so many years. Several minutes later, Gu Ning and Zhao Jiangquan dove into the sea again. Shun Zhaoxian and Gao Yi along with Gu Ning and Zhao Jiangquan decided to carry up the rest of the boxes together. However, a giant strange creature which looked aggressive quickly swam towards them all of a sudden when they were wrapping ropes around those boxes. The others didn't notice it, but Gu Ning did. She focused on it, then felt scared. It was thicker than a python with two swollen parts on its head. It was a real jiao. Jiao or jiaolong was one of the species of water beasts with dragon blood, including fish and snakes. During the evolution of the dragon, it could transform into a true dragon as long as it passed through a difficult calamity and had powerful strength. However, it was also called an evil jiao because of its cruelty. Although Gu Ning had already met things which only existed in stories, like zombies and ghosts, she was still shocked by the jiao. The evil jiao was moving closer to them at a rapid pace. Gu Ning immediately took the rope off her waist and tied it around Gao Yi's. Luckily, Gao Yi was strong enough to support two large boxes by himself. The others thought that Gu Ning failed to carry the heavy box, but she urged them to move up at once. She also looked anxious. They couldn't talk, but were able to understand each other by body language. They knew that Gu Ning wanted them to leave right away, but she would stay here. They pointed at her, asking her in silence, "How about you?" Gu Ning waved her hand at them to tell them to leave before her. However, seeing Gu Ning so anxious, they were worried that something bad was going to happen, so they didn't leave at once. Gu Ning was a little displeased. She knew that they cared about her safety, but they would be a burden on her if they stayed. Although Gaoi was also concerned about Gu Ning, he listened to her order, so he pulled Zhao Jiangquan and Shen Zhaoxian and told them to leave in a hurry with a look. They knew less about Gu Ning than Gaoi did, so since Gaoi told them to leave, they followed him. Seeing that, Gu Ning was relieved and swam towards the evil Zhao at once. She was going to stop it in case it attacked her friends. In addition, she had to figure out a way to put it into her telepathic eye space, otherwise it would cause big trouble. Even if the evil Zhao didn't directly attack humans, it could twist its body under the sea to cause violent waves. No matter how strong the waves would be, they could easily damage or destroy ships on the surface of this sea. In that case, many innocent people could be killed. The evil Zhao must have come here because of her magical power, so Gu Ning produced more of it on purpose in order to attract it. She also covered the camera on her body to protect her friends from knowing about it. The evil Zhao thought that Gu Ning couldn't see it, because it was completely dark at the bottom of the sea and was filled with coral reefs. So it was greatly surprised when the distance between them became shorter and shorter. It saw Gu Ning swimming towards it. "Why isn't this human afraid of me?" The evil Zhao stopped 5 meters away from Gu Ning, so did Gu Ning. She was worried that she might annoy it if she moved near again. All of a sudden, the evil Zhao shouted at Gu Ning, but it wasn't very loud, so it didn't cause strong currents. "How dare she approach me?" the evil Zhao said. It was talking to itself without doubt, because it didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to hear it. However, Gu Ning did, which also surprised her, but she soon realized that it must be the effect of the jade eyes. She took off her snorkel and did her best to stay calm. Why not? Hearing that, the evil Zhao was shocked. How come you can hear me?" it asked with uncertainty. "I don't know. I just can," Gu Ning said. The evil Zhao couldn't believe it. Anyway, it was more interested in Gu Ning's magical power, so it asked with a pair of greedy eyes, "Tell me, why do you have magical power?" "Magical power? What is that?" Gu Ning played dumb. The evil Zhao squinted with dissatisfaction. "Don't play dumb with me. If you don't tell me, I'll swallow you." The evil Zhao threatened Gu Ning. Gu Ning had magical power in her body, which was helpful for its inner discipline. "Well, I can give it to you." Gu Ning pretended to be scared, but she actually aimed to attract it over. She could only put it into her telepathic eye space by touching it. In an instant, the night luminescent pearl appeared in Gu Ning's hand, and it lit up the bottom of the sea at once. The evil Zhao was terrified and moved a long distance backwards. It almost lost control of itself. The next second, the evil Zhao got excited sensing the magical power coming out from the bright pearl. If it could absorb the magical power from it, he could soon transform itself from a Zhao to a real dragon. "What is this?" the evil Zhao asked. "A night luminescent pearl," Gu Ning replied. "A night luminescent pearl?" The evil Zhao didn't know what a night luminescent pearl was, but it didn't care about that either. It swam towards Gu Ning without delay, trying to swallow the night luminescent pearl. The evil Zhao was too confident and it believed that Gu Ning didn't dare to resist, so it put its full attention on the night luminescent pearl. It moved closer and closer within seconds. When the evil Zhao opened its big mouth to swallow the night luminescent pearl, Gu Ning moved her hand and caught its long beard. Within a second, the evil Zhao was put into the telepathic eye space before it could struggle. After that, Gu Ning swam to the surface of the sea. In the yacht, people were all worried about Gu Ning, because she had been absent for too long. A lot of dangerous things could happen under the sea. Most importantly, Gu Ning seemed anxious when she urged Gao Yi and the others to leave. She even covered the camera so they knew nothing about what was happening. They wanted to dive into the sea again to check whether Gu Ning was fine, but they weren't sure whether they could help her or be a burden to her. Miss Gu's camera is working again, and she's swimming upwards along the rope. Pull her up now, Shen Zhaoxuan's one friend said. He was in charge of the cameras. Hearing that, everyone was cheered up and went to pull Guning up. A few minutes later, Guning was out of the sea and got on the yacht. Miss Gu, are you all right? Everyone asked her with concern. I'm fine, Guning said with a smile. Miss Gu, what happened? Why did you urge them to leave just then? Li Maosong asked. Why? The others asked the same question. They were all worried about Guning's safety. Well, I just felt an abnormal change in the seawater, so I told them to leave before me. Don't worry, I already solved the problem, Guning said. She couldn't tell them any details about the evil Jiao. Hearing that, everyone was relieved. They didn't ask further about the abnormal change in the seawater, because they knew that Guning could handle it well. Afterwards, Guning went to change her clothing, and the yacht moved back towards the docks. They didn't open those boxes right away, but would share the valuable objects when they were back in the villa. When Guning was putting on dry clothes, she thought about how she should deal with the male ghost and the evil Jiao in the telepathic eye space. What she had done today had annoyed them without a doubt. If she set them free into the sea, they would cause trouble to pay her back. She didn't want innocent people to be killed because of her. Before she could figure out a good way to settle this problem, she decided to leave them in the telepathic eye space for now. They already got those valuable objects now, but the problem was how they were going to move them back to their cities. It was very complicated for people to pass the customs, and it was more difficult to do that with goods. Once those ancient objects were found, they could be caught. After all, it was illegal to move antiques and gold bars without official documents. Therefore, Li Maosong's group decided to smuggle them back. However, Shen Zhaoxian told them that his younger cousin was involved in shipping, and he could help. Hearing that, Li Maosong's group was excited. Given Li Maosong and Shen Zhaoxuan's close relationship, they believed that Shen Zhaoxian could handle it well. Miss Gu, do you need me to help you? Shen Zhaoxian asked out of kindness. Thanks, I can take them back myself.
Guning teklinet.
Guning didn't tell them more details and they stopped asking. When they were back in the villa, it was almost 12 p.m. Shen Zhaoxuan's friend, the owner of the house, went to cook seafood. Miss Gu, do you have any requests for the taste? He asked. Not at all, please cook it the way you normally do, Guning said. She wasn't picky. Great. Afterwards, everyone started to share what they had got today. Miss Gu will divide these valuable objects into 4 shares. You've done a lot today, so I think you should take 2 shares. What do you think? Li Maosong said. Right, if it hadn't been for Miss Gu, we wouldn't have been able to move them out of the sea, Shen Zhaoxian said. They were all willing to let Guning take a larger share. Guning, however, didn't agree. We can divide them into 3 shares, and each team gets 1. Although I've done a lot today, you have been very kind and shared the information about the ship with me. Well, the others felt a little guilty. It's no big deal. Let's do it that way, Guning said. Since Guning said so, they didn't insist, but they were very grateful to her and admired her more than ever now. However, they didn't know that Guning had already put several priceless antiques into her telepathic eye space. Guning's actions wasn't right nor fair, but it wasn't over the top either. Like what they had just said, she had contributed a lot to their success today, so it was understandable that she kept the best antiques for herself. In addition, Guning was still very generous, because she didn't put everything into the telepathic eye space. She had the ability to do that and nobody would find out. Nevertheless, Guning hadn't done it. In the following minutes, they placed all the gold bars, real antiques, jewelry and other objects on the table before they began to choose. Guning also picked several objects of high value. After that, Shen Zhaoxuan's friend prepared 2 suitcases for Guning to move her things back to the hotel. The others would move their shares to the ship with the yacht. They planned to load the ship in the night, in case they were exposed. They were leaving for their cities as well, so they would buy ship tickets for this ship tomorrow. A while later, the seafood was done. After lunch, they went back downtown. Shen Zhaoxuan's friend drove Guning's group back to the hotel. while Li Maosong and his friends would stay in the villa. Gu Ning didn't move the 2 suitcases to her room, but put them into the car he seen left for them. She told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to have a rest in the hotel, then she walked out. Gao Yi and Xiaoya understood that Gu Ning didn't want them to follow her, so they went back to their room. Once Gu Ning got back to the car, she put all the ancient objects into the telepathic eye space. Afterwards, she drove around the center of HK. On the way, she noticed the 3 words for the antique street on a sign by chance. She got interested at once and turned there. Although she had a large amount of real antiques now, the more she had, the better. There was a big parking lot outside of the antique street. Gu Ning parked the car, then got out and walked inside. The antique street in HK looked very ancient. HK was the hub of commerce and finance, so there were countless objects along the sides of the antique street here. As usual, Gu Ning used her jade eyes the second she entered the antique street. This is covered in yin. You can't buy it. You could be killed by this thing. All of a sudden, Gu Ning heard a loud male voice filled with anxiety. A nearby antique store was surrounded by many people, and an old man around 60 years old was standing in the middle. He was pulling a middle-aged man trying to stop him. Besides, the old man's forehead was a little dark, which meant he was affected by yin. The old man also mentioned an antique which was covered in yin. Gu Ning looked over and saw a blue and white porcelain vase placed on the counter. It was as big as a mineral water bottle, and it was real, but it was indeed covered in yin. Hearing what the old man said, the middle-aged man hesitated, and the onlookers all stepped backwards, in case they were affected by yin. Even if they didn't believe in yin, they would still stay away from it once they heard of it. Another middle-aged man, however, got mad. "Old man Xia, are you doing this on purpose to ruin my store? You have no proof to prove that this vase is covered in yin." He was the owner of this antique store, and he was annoyed that someone damaged his business. "Right. If you claim this vase is covered in yin, show us your proof. You'll damage both his business and reputation. I think he's too old to think clearly." People were all criticizing Old Man Xia because they didn't believe in yin at all, so none of them supported him. Old Man Xia was also angry, but he had to curb his anger in order to stop the tragedy from happening again. "This blue and white porcelain vase belonged to me, and my health got worse and worse once I took it home. I planned to destroy it, but someone stole it, and it showed up at your store now." Hearing that, everyone looked at the owner of this antique store. They were suspicious whether the owner was the thief. The owner was in a rage at once. "Old Man Xia, what do you mean? Do you mean I stole it from your home? I bought it from someone. Do you have any proof to prove that it belongs to you?" His reputation would be ruined if people believed that he was a thief. Actually, he subconsciously believed what Old Man Xia had just told him, because Old Man Xia was an expert in antique appraisal. The owner of the antique store couldn't help but feel worried. He had heard before that some antiques could be covered in yin after being placed with dead people for many years. Once a living human being touched something covered in yin, he or she could be affected by it. Sometimes the person might have nightmares and be unable to sleep well. When it got worse, the person's life could be in danger. It was obvious that Old Man Xia wasn't in a good condition now. Was he really affected by yin because of this vase? Thinking of that, the owner of the antique store felt scared. He didn't dare to think further, and hoped that it wasn't true. I don't have any proof, but this vase is covered in yin, and it must be destroyed." Saying that, Old Man Xia ran to the counter. He tried to grab the vase and smash it. However, just as he moved, the owner of the antique store stopped him. Even if Old Man Xia was right, the owner was reluctant to destroy this vase, which was worth several million yuan. "Old Man Xia, if you really want to destroy it, buy it first. If you can't pay for it, it still belongs to me, and you don't have the right to smash it." The owner didn't care about this antique, but how much money he could make by selling it out. I don't have money," Old Man Xia said, feeling upset. "If you don't have money, we're done, and you should leave now or I'll call the police." The owner threatened. "I can pay for it." At this moment, Gu Ning walked to them. It was indeed covered in yin, and shouldn't be placed here. She could put it into her telepathic eye space to purify it because it was a real antique after all. Gu Ning was unwilling to pay the market price for it, but wanted to pay a price which was a little higher than his purchase price. Once the news that it was covered in yin went abroad, it would be hard for the owner to sell it anyway, even if nobody believed it. Hearing that someone was going to buy it, people all turned to look at Gu Ning and were amazed by her beauty, but they didn't think that Gu Ning made the right decision. Nobody would be willing to pay so much money to destroy an antique. Old Man Xia didn't think so. Since Gu Ning was willing to buy it, she couldn't lack money. Are you sure? The owner of this antique store asked with doubt. Gu Ning looked very young, and she didn't seem to be very rich. Yeah, how much is it? Gu Ning asked. 8 million yuan, the owner said. 8 million yuan?
Koningsneret.
Do you think this vase is still worth 8 million yuan now? Hearing that, the owner was displeased. He knew what Gu Ning was talking about. Whether this blue and white porcelain vase was really covered in yin or not, he couldn't sell it at a high price after Old Man Xia's appearance. If he couldn't sell it to Gu Ning right now, it would be difficult for him to sell it in the future. Well, 5 million yuan, the owner said. He gave Gu Ning 3 million yuan off. Nevertheless, it was still too expensive in Gu Ning's eyes. I can only offer you 1 million yuan. It didn't cost you much when you bought it, so you can still make a lot. You? The owner didn't expect that Gu Ning would offer such a low price, because this blue and white porcelain vase was worth nearly 10 million yuan. Moreover, the owner got a little nervous because Gu Ning hit the point that this vase just cost him 300,000 yuan when he bought it. The seller of the vase was an amateur, so the owner was able to buy it at a low price. Normally, the prices of antiques sold at an antique store were 1/3 or half lower than the original prices. Seeing the owner's reaction, Gu Ning knew that it was very likely that she could buy it at a low price. Are you going to sell it or not? If you don't sell it to me right now, it'll be very hard for you to sell it in the future, Gu Ning said. You! The owner glared at Gu Ning. It was unacceptable in his eyes that he had to sell this vase which was worth nearly 10 million yuan at the price of only 1 million yuan. If it hadn't been for Old Man Xia, he wouldn't have been forced to do so. All of a sudden, the owner of this antique store turned to shout at Old Man Xia. Old Man Xia, are you satisfied now? You're dying now, so why do you have to ruin my business here? And you? He yelled at Gu Ning afterwards. Don't you think it's over the top? This vase is worth nearly 10 million yuan, but you're only willing to pay me 1 million yuan just because he claimed that it's covered in yin. I think that you two are working together to extort me. I must call the police. After that, the owner took out his phone to call the police. Gu Ning agreed with the owner on that. Although he could still make some money by selling the vase at the price of 1 million yuan, he lost much more. If Gu Ning couldn't prove that it was indeed covered in yin, what she was doing now would really be like extortion. Wait a second, I can prove it to you, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Gu Ning all of a sudden. Even the owner of this antique store was surprised. Although he was unwilling to sell the vase at the price of 1 million yuan, he was afraid that it was really covered in yin. If it was true, he would suffer misfortune. If he had to destroy it himself, he would rather sell it to Gu Ning. In that case, he could make 700,000 yuan at least. Can you? Prove it now, the owner said. Gu Ning took out a blue and white porcelain bottle, the size of a small mineral water bottle from her backpack, the telepathic eye space at once. Seeing it, everyone was amazed. If it was a real antique, it was careless of her to put it in her backpack. What if someone damaged it? Gu Ning put the blue and white porcelain bottle on the counter, which was 50 centimeters away from the vase. This is a real one, and you can hold my bottle for a minute to feel it. You won't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, if you do the same thing with your vase, you'll feel utterly uncomfortable within a minute. The owner of the antique store changed his expression in an instant. He did feel uncomfortable and icy every time he held this vase. He didn't think further and didn't know why, but now he panicked. Does it prove that this vase is covered in yin? If Gu Ning had touched his vase, he probably wouldn't believe her. But Gu Ning had never touched it. The owner already agreed with Gu Ning on that, But he was reluctant to give in right now, so he did what Guning told him to do. He held Guning's bottle for a minute, and felt nothing uncomfortable. However, when he held his vase, he felt icy within several seconds. He put it down without delay, in case his life was in danger. Well, the news that this vase is covered in yin already spread abroad. Whether it's true or not, I'm afraid that I can't sell it to others. You can take it for 1,000,000 yuan. Even though the owner felt the uncomfortable feeling, he wasn't willing to say it aloud. Nevertheless, others still sensed that this vase wasn't right. When Guning was about to put her blue and white porcelain bottle back before she paid the money, someone stopped her. Wait a second. The middle-aged man who planned to buy the vase covered in yin said, "Miss, is this bottle a real antique? Can you sell it to me?" He was going to send someone a gift, and it had to be blue and white porcelain because the person he was giving it to liked blue and white porcelain very much. It took him a lot of time and effort to find a real blue and white porcelain vase, but it turned out to be covered in yin. He was angry and disappointed but felt lucky at the same time. It was indeed not a good object anyway. "Sure, we can go to the appraisal center after I'm done here," Guning said. In fact, she could directly offer him a price, but she proposed to go to the appraisal center in order to prove that the bottle was real. "No problem," the man said with excitement. After that, Guning swiped her card and signed the contract before she took the vase away. Once she bought the vase, she told the middle-aged man to leave with her. It seemed like she had no intention to smash the vase. Old man Xia was anxious and stopped her. "Miss, where are you going with this vase? Why don't you destroy it right here so that everyone will be relieved?"
Guning smiled. "I'm sorry.
"I have to intention to destroy it. It cost me a lot." Hearing that, everyone was surprised. They thought that Guning was a liar and wanted to sell the vase to make money. If so, Guning was too amoral. People glared at Guning and started to discuss again. "You!" Old man Xia was angry. He thought that Guning was an upright, generous young girl, but she turned out to be a greedy person. "You!" The owner of this antique store couldn't accept it either. If Guning was going to sell it somewhere else, he could have made more money with it too. Before they could criticize her again, Guning opened her mouth. "Relax, everyone. Since I can tell its difference from other antiques, I know how to deal with it. And I promise that I won't use it to hurt anyone else." "What? She can deal with it?" Hearing that, everyone was astonished again and felt confused. They didn't believe that Guning was able to deal with an antique covered in yin. Maybe it was totally a lie that this vase was covered in yin, and Guning was just deceiving them. "What? You can deal with it?" Old man Xia couldn't believe it either, but he strongly believed that this vase was covered in yin. "Yes, I can, and I also know that your body isn't in a good condition now. Takes a long time for you to recover from the effect of yin. If you trust me, you can take this pill and you'll be fine soon," Guning said, and put her hand into her pocket. She then used her mind to take a porcelain bottle with the power crystal inside from the telepathic eye space. After that, she gave Old Man Xia the porcelain bottle. Old Man Xia was struck dumb for a second. Somehow, he believed that this young girl in front of him wouldn't hurt him, so he took the porcelain bottle. Others were also curious to see whether the pill was effective, so they all stared at Old Man Xia. Old Man Xia opened the porcelain bottle and poured out a power crystal from it, then directly swallowed it. The pill melted the second he put it into his mouth. A flow of coolness spread across his body like lightning, and he felt much better in a few seconds, which surprised everyone around him. "Wow, he looks much better now that he took the pill. It's so amazing. Does the girl really know yin and yang? Although I don't believe in yin and yang, it's so hard to explain it now." People began to discuss again. Old Man Xia felt the unbelievable effect of this medicine himself, and was shocked more than ever now. "Miss, may I know what this medicine is? It's so effective." Guning wore a mysterious smile and said, "I'm sorry, it's a secret. Please excuse me, I need to leave now." After that, she gave the middle-aged man a glance, then strode away. The middle-aged man followed her at once. Old Man Xia wanted to ask Guning more questions, but he knew that she wouldn't tell him, so he gave up. Although the blue and white porcelain vase used to be his, he had no intention to take it back, because it was covered in ink and he had no idea how to deal with it. In fact, he always wanted to smash it, but someone stole it before he could do that. It was very valuable, but he didn't pay much for it, so it wasn't a big deal. Most importantly, no more people were harmed by it, which was the best result. On the way, the middle-aged man said nothing about what had happened just then, but casually chatted with Gu Ning. Sometimes the less you knew, the better it was. "Miss, I think you're younger than 20, right?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yeah, I'm 18 now," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, the middle-aged man was surprised. "You should be a high school student, right?" "Yes, I'm a senior student and the National College entrance examination is 2 months away," Gu Ning replied. "Wow, you behave like a mature and stable adult, which amazes me." The middle-aged man complimented Gu Ning. "My kid is 17 this year, but all he knows is mobile games. He never studies hard, and I'm worried about his future." Gu Ning felt a little embarrassed. Even though her body was just 18 years old, her soul was already 27, so it was very normal that she behaved like a mature grown-up. "My surname is Gu. May I have your name?" "Gu Zuhui," the middle-aged man said. Hearing that, Gu Ning beamed. "What a coincidence. My surname is also Gu, and I'm Gu Ning." Gu Zuhui was slightly surprised. It's rare to meet someone whose surname is Gu in HK. "I wasn't born in HK, Gu Ning said. "I'm from City F." Gu Zuhui was more surprised. "You weren't born in HK? How come your HK dialect is so good?" Gu Zuhui talked in Mandarin now. They just communicated with each other in HK dialect. "Oh, I learned it from my friend who was born in HK."
Gu Ning gliet.
Gu Zuhui nodded and didn't ask further. "I wasn't born in HK either, but I often come here for business," Gu Zuhui said. Gu Ning smiled but didn't say anything. While they walked to the appraisal center, Gu Ning didn't forget to use her jade eyes to scan those objects placed on the stands by the sides of the road. "Mr. Gu, please wait a moment," Gu Ning said because she found a real antique. Gu Zuhui walked over behind her. He knew little about antiques, and only bought them with certificates issued by the appraisal center. If anyone dared to sell fake antiques with certificates, he would be charged double compensation. Therefore, no common antique stores dared to sell fake antiques with fake certificates. The real antique Gu Ning noticed was a Rohan Buddha decoration made of Hetan jade, and it was worth around 3 million yuan. "Hi, how much is this?" Gu Ning pointed at a random object. The owner of the stand gave Gu Ning a glance and showed disdain on his face, but his eyes lit up once Gu Zuhui showed up. Gu Zuhui dressed like a rich man, and the owner of the stand thought that Gu Ning must be his daughter. If the daughter liked it, her father would buy it for her. 10,000 yuan, the owner said. "This bracelet is made of colored glaze, and it'll be very beautiful on your wrist." 10,000 yuan was an absurdly high price for a fake object because it was only worth 100 yuan. "How about this one?" Gu Ning pointed at the Rohan Buddha decoration this time. She didn't show her interest on her face at all. 30,000 yuan, the owner said. "Can it be lower?" Gu Ning asked. 20,000 yuan, that's it. It seemed that the owner of this stand disliked bargaining. "Fine, I'll take this one," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning took out her money and paid for the Rohan Buddha. Seeing that, Gu Zuhui realized that Gu Ning aimed to buy the Rohan Buddha from the very beginning. She had asked for the price of another object at first so that the owner of the stand didn't know which one was her target and wouldn't raise the price of the one which she really wanted to buy. She was so smart. After the deal, Gu Ning and Gu Zuhui continued to walk towards the appraisal center. Gu Zuhui didn't ask why Gu Ning bought the Rohan Buddha, because it was Gu Ning's personal choice. Gu Ning also enjoyed the way they got along with each other. After a short while, they arrived at the appraisal center. Gu Ning had put the vase into the telepathic eye space to remove the yin from it, and now she held her blue and white porcelain bottle in her hand. After appraisal, it was proved to be real and was worth 6 million yuan. Gu Zuhui didn't bother to bargain with Gu Ning, and directly transferred her 6 million yuan. It was obvious that he didn't lack money. He had to be very rich, Or he wouldn't have had the intention to buy the vase, which cost nearly 10 million yuan. Since Gu Zuhui was a generous buyer, Gu Ning wouldn't be mean either, so she gave 1 million yuan back to him. Gu Zuhui was surprised because 1 million yuan was a lot too. However, Gu Ning insisted on giving him 1 million yuan off, so Gu Zuhui accepted in the end and felt grateful. Afterwards, Gu Zuhui handed Gu Ning his name card. If she needed his help, he would do his best to help her. Gu Ning also exchanged her name card with him. It wasn't a bad thing to know another useful person after all. The two separated later. Gu Ning kept on walking along the antique street to see whether she could find more real antiques. After walking along the street, Gu Ning found another 2 real antiques. One was worth within 1 million yuan while the other was worth 2 million yuan at the most. There was also a stone gambling street, so Gu Ning left for it. Although she had a lot of jade now, she wouldn't mind owning more of it. As long as she could find jade of high quality, she would buy it. The stone gambling street was a branch of the antique street, and it was about 30 meters long with dozens of stores. It was full of activity as well, especially outside of one store. There was a group of people surrounding its door, and something exciting seemed to be happening. Gu Ning walked over and saw a large jade raw material the size of a 28-inch suitcase. What are they doing? Gu Ning thought to herself. It turned out that the owner of this store decided to open this jade raw material and set a bet for it. People gambled on whether there was jade in it and the odds were random. There were several odds as to the result that there was jade inside. If there was indeed jade in it, the odds were 5 to 1. Levels of the jade were divided into low level, medium level, high level and top level, and the odds were 10 to 1. Medium low level and medium high level were both included in medium level. If anyone could tell the type of jade inside, the odds were 20 to 1. It was very difficult to do that, and the condition was that there had to be jade in it. Odds were 2 to 1 if they bet on the result that there was no jade inside, which was highly likely, so the numbers weren't high. Gu Ning was interested in the game. She had jade eyes after all, and she was able to know what was inside with a simple look. She used her jade eyes at once and found a small piece of jade the size of a basketball in the large jade raw material. It was bright green and belonged to medium-level jade. According to its size, it was worth around 20 million yuan. 31 people joined the game in all. 26 of them bet on the result that there was no jade inside, while only 5 people bet on the opposite. None of them knew what the level or type of the jade was. Gu Ning filled the bet card at the counter. Because a lot of money was involved in this gambling, she had to show her ID card. When the worker at the counter noticed that she came from City F, a touch of disdain flashed by his eyes. Gu Ning was displeased, but didn't say anything since the worker said nothing. Gu Ning bet 100,000 yuan on the type of the jade. It was gold wire jade. She just did it for fun, not for money, so she only bet 100,000 yuan on it. The odds were 20 to 1. If she won, she would get 2 million yuan back, which wasn't much compared to the value of the jade in the large jade raw material. However, the worker at the counter was greatly surprised by her bet. 100,000 yuan was nothing in Gu Ning's eyes, but it was a lot for the worker. In addition, she was the only one who bet so much money on this game. Others all bet around several thousand yuan or dozens of thousands of yuan at the most. Most importantly, she bet on the highest odds. The worker at the counter thought that Gu Ning must be too dumb to spend her money well. He told his boss what Gu Ning had done, and his boss was also surprised. This girl is too generous. Anyway, it was a universally acknowledged truth that stone gambling was a highly risky activity, so they didn't believe that Gu Ning could win. They wouldn't refuse to make more money from it. 2 minutes later, a stone cutter started to draw lines and cut the large jade raw material. Once the machine began to move, everyone focused on it. Nobody was willing to lose money after all. As time went by, pieces of the outer layers of the large jade raw material were removed. No jade showed at all after a long while. Those who bet on the result that there was jade inside felt disappointed, but Gu Ning stayed calm. Gu Ning bet the most money on this game, so the worker at the counter paid more attention to her. He thought that she would be upset seeing no jade inside, but she didn't seem sad at all. In that case, the worker thought that she probably didn't care about her money. He refused to believe that Gu Ning would win, because she was just an ordinary girl in his eyes. However, Gu Ning already knew the result even before the game began. The stonecutter kept working on the jade raw material and half of it was cut off, but there still was no jade. However, the next second, a long line of green showed, and the stonecutter stopped at once. "Green shows!" he shouted with excitement. Hearing that, those who bet on the result that there was jade inside cheered with happiness. Green shows. Green finally shows. As for the others who bet on the opposite result, they felt utterly disappointed. How come the green shows right now? It's so annoying. They thought that they were going to win, but they lost in the end. The owner of the store was relieved instead. Without a doubt, he hoped that there could be jade inside, otherwise he would lose a lot of money. It's a piece of medium-level jade of the gold wire type. The stone cutter cleaned the jade, and got more excited the second he recognized its type. It was difficult to cut out a medium-level jade after all. Hearing that, the owner of the store wasn't excited, but turned to look at Gu Ning with astonishment. So did the worker at the counter. Gu Ning precisely bet on the gold wire type. How did she get to know that? Is she just unusually lucky? However, Gu Ning looked so calm when she heard that jade of the gold wire type was cut out. It seemed like she already knew the result. The owner of the store had mixed emotions. He wanted to ask Gu Ning for the reason, but he knew she wouldn't tell him. As promised, he had to give her 2 million yuan since she won the game. A while later, the jade was placed on the table. The result was out and people went to get their money. Gu Ning stood at the end of the line. She wasn't in a hurry. Those who had bet dozens of thousands of yuan on it now got a lot more back. When the worker at the counter saw Gu Ning coming, he didn't dare to show any disdain towards her at all this time. "Please transfer the money to my account," Gu Ning said, and showed him her bank account. "No problem," he said. After that, the owner of the store still asked her, "Miss, may I know how you knew that there was a piece of gold wire jade inside?"
Just lukki, kuningsaid.
The owner felt a little disappointed hearing her answer, but didn't ask further. Gu Ning walked out later. She didn't leave the stone gambling street at once, but went to shop at other stores. She didn't go back to the hotel until she bought over 10 jade raw materials. She stopped the car at the entrance of the hotel, and a valet parker walked over without delay. Gu Ning gave him the car key, then walked inside. Right after she stepped into an elevator, Su Jinlin followed her. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second when Su Jinlin showed up in her sight. She knew Su Jinlin, but not because of Su Jinshen. She got to know him in her previous incarnation. Su Jinlin, however, failed to recognize her. He didn't know that she was the girl who had been involved in the violent fight outside the hotel last night. If Chao Yan Gaoi were here too, he would probably remember. "Miss, do you know me?" Su Jinlin asked Gu Ning, seeing her surprised face. They were in HK now, so Su Jinlin thought that Gu Ning was a local citizen as well, and he talked to her in HK dialect. "Why do you think that I know you?" Gu Ning replied in HK dialect. "I knew it from your reaction when you saw me at first," Su Jinlin said with confidence. "Oh, I just felt like you resemble my friend," Gu Ning said. "Really? Is that a pickup line?"
Su Jinlin smiled at TV.
Gu Ning pulled her lips and rolled her eyes. "Come on, you talk to me first. I had no intention to strike up a conversation with you." Su Jinlin wasn't displeased at all. Instead, he thought that Gu Ning was quite interesting, so he couldn't help but talk more with her. "Fine. It's me who wants to strike up a conversation with you." "You better not, or you'll regret it," Gu Ning said. She was being kind, not threatening him. She also knew that he just wanted to know more about her. After he noticed her unusual reaction. As the heir of the Su family, he was in a very high position in the society, but there were many people who intended to kill him in the dark as well. Therefore, he wanted to figure out whether Gu Ning was his enemy or not. Sometimes, a beautiful woman worked better than a vicious scheme. Oh, why? It aroused Su Jinlin's interest. At this moment, the elevator arrived at the 15th floor where Gu Ning stayed, while Su Jinlin stayed on the 16th floor. The door of the elevator opened, and Gu Ning smiled at Su Jinlin. Su Jinshan is my friend. After that she walked out, and left Su Jinlin alone in the elevator. Su Jinshan is my friend. Does she know Jinshan? If she knew Su Jinshan, it wasn't hard for her to recognize his face because the Su brothers resembled each other. Thinking of that, Su Jinlin laughed at himself, but didn't blame Gu Ning for her behavior. When he was in his room, Su Jinlin thought for a while, then called Su Jinshan. Gu Ning had told him not to flirt with her or he would be regretful, so he was afraid that his younger brother, Su Jinshan, liked her. At this time, Su Jinshan was on the way out of their military base along with Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei. Leng Xiaoting was going to HK tonight to be with Gu Ning, so he finished everything he needed to do today. Right after Leng Xiaoting told Xian Bei to drive to the airport, but before he could even ask Leng Xiaoting where was he leaving for, Su Jinshan received Su Jinlin's call. Jinshan, I just met a very beautiful girl around 18 years old in the elevator. She looked surprised when she saw me. I asked her whether she knew me, and she said that I resembled one of her friends. I joked a little with her. Then she told me that you're her friend. Do you know who she is? Su Jinlin asked, feeling slightly uneasy. Hearing that, Su Jinshan thought of Gu Ning at once because Gu Ning was the only girl who was very beautiful and about 18 years old that he knew. Leng Xiaoting also heard their conversation, and Gu Ning's name dawned on him too. He frowned but wasn't annoyed. A very beautiful girl around 18? She must be Gu Ning. Aren't you an HK now? Is Gu Ning also an HK? Su Jinshan asked.
Gu Ning.
The name sounds familiar. What's your relationship with her? Su Jinlin asked. No matter what their relationship was, he hoped that they weren't a couple, or he would be utterly embarrassed. Gu Ning is Xiaoting's girlfriend, Su Jinshan said. What? Hearing that, Su Jinlin was shocked. If Xiaoting knows that I've flirted with his girlfriend, Su Jinlin felt scared. Su Jinshan thought that Su Jinlin was just shocked to find out the fact that Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, so he thought that his reaction was quite normal. In addition, he realized that Leng Xiaoting was leaving for HK now. Hey boss, are you going to HK now? Su Jinshan still asked to make sure that he was right. Yeah, Leng Xiaoting said. At the other side of the phone, Su Jinlin's hand trembled in fear when he heard Leng Xiaoting's voice, and his phone almost fell on the floor. He didn't know that Leng Xiaoting was by Su Jinshan's side, and he regretted that he had called. In fact, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't do anything to hurt him even if he found out. He would tell Su Jinshan to practice fighting skills with him at the most. It wasn't a bad thing, but it didn't mean that he liked it. Although he didn't serve in the army, he, as a key member in an influential family, was in a much more dangerous situation than normal people, so he needed to learn and practice martial arts. However, he was still barely comparable to Su Jinshan, who was a professional soldier. Besides, with Leng Xiaoting's order, Su Jinshan wouldn't treat him gently. He would probably have to lie in bed for a couple of days. It had happened before, and it left a mental scar on him.
Igatego, baj kropka.
Su Jinlin hung up at once, then released a long breath. The moment he hung up, his phone rang again, which scared him. He thought that it was Su Jinshan calling, but the caller turned out to be Gong Zihan. If others saw him, the heir of the Su family, behaving like that, they would be amused and laugh at him, but there was nothing he could do about it. He only hoped that Gu Ning wouldn't complain to Leng Xiaoting, or he would be punished without a doubt. Gu Ning took a shower and changed her clothing before she went to the dining hall when it was almost 6 p.m. Coincidentally, she ran into Su Jinlin again in the elevator, and Gong Zihan was there as well. Su Jinlin was struck dumb for a second after seeing Gu Ning, then panicked a little. Gu Ning smiled at him but said nothing. Gong Zihan, on the other hand, was confused by them. Miss Gu, I'm so sorry for what I did. Please don't complain about it to Xiaoting. I swear I had no intention to do anything to you, Su Jinlin said, in case Leng Xiaoting punished him. Although Su Jinlin was the heir of the Su family, he was totally different from those arrogant young men who were also born in super-rich families. He was very easygoing and kind to his family members and friends. When he faced strangers, he was cold and stayed aloof, but he was like a cunning fox in front of his enemies. Gu Ning was a stranger too, but she was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, so she was also his friend to some extent. There was no need for him to purposely keep a distance from her. Gong Zihan was surprised to hear that. He was curious, but it was obviously not a good time to ask Su Jinlin now. Of course I won't. It's not a big deal, but why are you so afraid of him? Gu Ning asked with a smile. She wasn't surprised that Su Jinlin knew about her relationship with Leng Xiaoting. He must have asked Su Jinshan. Su Jinlin was relieved when Gu Ning forgave him, but he felt a little embarrassed hearing her question. I'm not afraid of him, but we're close brothers. I don't want to annoy him. He sounded serious. Gu Ning just smiled but said nothing. Afterwards, Su Jinlin suddenly saw Gao Yi and Xiao Yi standing behind Gu Ning. He recognized them at once and was surprised again. Miss Gu, did you have a fight outside this hotel last night? He asked. Although it was a question, he already had the answer. However, he couldn't believe that Gu Ning was so good at martial arts. She was only 18. Everyone would be shocked to know that. Yeah.
Gu Ning nodded.
He must have witnessed the fight. Wow, outstanding people always gather together, Su Jinlin said. He was talking about Leng Xiaoting. Miss Gu, please stay alert and be careful these days. They're members of the gang after all, Gong Zihan said out of kindness. He never bothered to get involved in others' personal affairs, but he was willing to remind Gu Ning to be cautious since she and Su Jinlin were acquaintances. Thanks, I will, Gu Ning said. The elevator stopped at the 3rd floor, and Gu Ning waved goodbye to Su Jinlin along with Gong Zihan. Hey, what happened between you two? Gong Zihan asked Su Jinlin once Gu Ning was gone. Su Jinlin sighed, then told him everything. Gong Zihan laughed out loud afterwards. Seriously? It's so funny. Who is Leng Xiaoting? It seems that you're very afraid of him, Gong Zihan asked again. He's the eldest grandson of the Leng family in the capital and senior to Jinshan. And he always keeps a distance from women. If he finds out that I've struck up a conversation with his girlfriend, he'll tell Jinshan to practice fighting skills with me. I'll be punched to the ground, Su Jinlin said in fear. The eldest grandson of the Leng family? Gong Zihan was greatly surprised. He knew that the Leng family and the Su family were allies for generations, and he had heard of the cold eldest grandson of the Leng family. And the most admirable thing was that Leng Xiaoting became a major general at such an early age, which had never happened before. That was all Gong Zihan knew about Leng Xiaoting. When Gu Ning and her bodyguards walked into the booked private room, she received Leng Xiaoting's call. He was in the airport of the capital now, and would arrive at HK around 10:30 p.m. Gu Ning would pick him up later. She didn't remember that she had planned to visit the small island until all the dishes were placed on the table. However, since she forgot, she gave it up. In the He family's house. Zhuo Jiankui dined in the He family's house that afternoon. However, only He Xin and He Hongjie were aware that Gu Ning was going to help them. The moment Zhuo Jiankui was gone after dinner, He Hongjie told He Xin to come have a talk in his study. You're right. Jiankui does maintain a secret relationship with Hong Yufa, and he has even met He Hongyuan in private, He Hongjie said in a cold tone. Hearing that, He Xin was annoyed, but she wasn't surprised. Father, you treat him so well, but he still wants to steal our family business, He Xin said in anger. Maybe he thinks that I'm doomed this time, so he wants to join another party. Once I find solid proof to prove that he has no loyalty to me, I'll chase him away, He Hongjie said, and made up his mind to get rid of anyone who dared to betray him. Hong Yufa stayed in the hospital for a whole day, and He Ishi was by his side to help him get out of bed and walk. Because of the pain all around his body, he couldn't do anything and easily lost his temper. He Ishi felt aggrieved and displeased, but had to tolerate it. Once Hong Yufa was able to walk, he left the hospital and went back home. It was a torture for him to stay in the hospital. Hong Yufa was prurient with strong sexual desire. He felt utterly uncomfortable if he didn't have sex for a day, so he forced He Ishi to help him out with her hands and mouth the second they were home. It took her almost an hour to please Hong Yufa. A while later, Ishi's father called her to come home because the gambling competition would be held tomorrow, and he needed to discuss something with her. When Ishi was absent, Hong Yuefei called one of his mistresses. He couldn't live a day without a woman. Around 9:50 p.m., Gu Ning left for the airport, and she drove alone there. Before she left, she told Gao Yi and Xiaoya that she wouldn't come back tonight. 20 minutes later, Gu Ning arrived. Leng Xiaoting would arrive in dozens of minutes. Gu Ning found herself a seat in the arrival hall and played on her phone, reading the news. Her name was still on the hottest topics list but gradually moved down. A lot of gossip about celebrities' behavior and private lives replaced her name. Celebrities needed attention, and they often hired an internet water army to help them attract people's attention. Only a few pieces of news were put on the list by real internet users' frequent searches, like the news on Gu Ning. Gu Ning read the news for a while, then heard an excited discussion about something she knew. I can't wait for it. I'll finally get my favorite cozy in 10 minutes. I can't either. I thought that it was a brand without much fame and isn't reliable, but it turns out to be so effective. I just used several of its facial masks, and my skin is much better now. Thanks to Faye, we don't need to fly to the capital. Right, if Faye didn't bring some for us, I would fly to the capital myself. I hope Cozy can soon be put on the market of HK so that we can buy it here. I have the same idea. Gu Ning was happy to hear that people liked her products, and Cozy would be available on the market of HK sooner or later. In fact, she was going to build Cozy into an international brand. Cozy was already placed on shelves of many skincare product stores and shopping malls. Customers held doubts in the beginning, but they soon fell in love with it. Gu Ning kept on surfing on social media and found that Cozy was ranked 5th on the hottest topics list about skincare products. She clicked it and began to read the posts and comments about Cozy. Although Cozy was still a new brand, 99% of its customers approved of it. Moreover, its customers were very loyal to it. In a plane, it was being broadcast from the radio that the flight was going to land in a minute, and Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait a second longer to see Gu Ning. They hadn't seen each other for just a few days, but he missed her so much. If it was possible, he would stay with Gu Ning 24/7, but he knew that it was unlikely to happen because they had to deal with their own business. Leng Xiaoting sat on the aisle seat in the first class, and there was a woman wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses in another aisle seat in the same row as him. The woman fixed her eyes on Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting could feel it, but said nothing because the woman seemed kind. Even though she was wearing a pair of large sunglasses and nobody could see her eyes, nor most of her face, it wasn't hard to notice that she was a beauty. A baseball cap along with sunglasses were the basic accessories of a star. The woman was indeed a star. She stared at Leng Xiaoting all the time because he was too attractive and she couldn't move her eyes away from him. In addition, he sat in the first class too, and dressed in designer brands. It was obvious that he was very rich. No single woman wouldn't be attracted to a handsome rich young man. The female star admired Leng Xiaoting, but she couldn't strike up a conversation with him because of her identity and her agent's warning. Her agent was a woman who was 30 years old or so and sat right next to her. She was a woman as well, so she understood that the female star couldn't resist the handsome young man's charm. Even she, who was a married woman, couldn't help but glanced at Leng Xiaoting. However, the female star had to keep a distance away from other people for the sake of her image and reputation. If the paparazzi caught her and made up some gossip about her private life, it would damage her career. A star had to pay with his or her freedom if they wanted fame and money. Once their reputation was damaged, their career was doomed. Seeing that the plane was about to land, the female star felt utterly disappointed. A minute later, the plane landed at the airport of HK, and Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning the second he got off it. He didn't have any baggage, so he directly walked out, while the female star had to get her suitcase. Therefore, their first short meeting came to an end. In the arrival hall, a group of fans were waiting for their idol. The moment Leng Xiaoting showed up, they yelled with surprise. "Wow, he's so handsome. Is he a star or something?" "No idea, but I'm his fan now. I don't think he could be a star, but more like a rich heir." No matter who he is, he's my type. Gu Ning felt proud of her popular boyfriend and didn't feel jealous at all. She only felt jealous when other women tried to steal him away from her. Some fans ran towards Ling shouting at once, and they wanted to take photos with him, but he gave them a cold glance when they came near. Those girls were scared and stopped without delay. At this moment, Gu Ning walked to him and Ling shouting put on a gentle smile, then left holding her hand. Even though those girls felt frightened by his cold glance, they weren't mad at all. Instead, they thought that he was more attractive than ever. Especially when he saw Gu Ning and his eyes became tender in an instant. Those girls were amazed by the scene. Not only them, but others in the hall were also attracted by the loving couple. They must be a couple. I'm so jealous of the girl. I wished I could have a boyfriend like him. I think he's the kind of man every woman wants. I agree. Gu Ning and Ling shouting went to the parking lot later. You're indeed popular, Gu Ning joked. I should wear a mask. Ling shouting didn't like to be popular. Ah. Gu Ning laughed a little. It's fine. They can't get you even if you show up in their sight. If you put on a mask, they will probably think that you're a star, and you'll be more noticeable. Given Ling shouting's outstanding appearance, people would only pay more attention to him if he was wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, or a mask like those stars. Right, nobody can have me except you, Ling shouting said in a husky voice and gave Gu Ning a flirtatious smile. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, then flushed. Stop it. Why? Ling shouting argued. Isn't it the truth? Gu Ning rolled her eyes at him. Ling shouting was getting more and more flirtatious now. They found their car, and Ling shouting opened the door of the front passenger's seat for Gu Ning. He didn't get in it until Gu Ning was seated properly. Have you eaten? Gu Ning asked. Not yet, Ling shouting replied. He was in a hurry, so he went straight to the airport from the military base and ate nothing along the way. Why don't we go to the night snack street? It's very late now and we can only find delicious food there, Gu Ning said. Sure. Ling shouting wasn't picky when it came to food. HK wasn't a big city, so they soon arrived at the night snack street. It was full of activity and crowded. Gu Ning and Ling shouting parked the car before they walked inside. Since it was crowded, all kinds of people were enjoying night snacks there. Along the way, many men who had drunk a little whistled at Gu Ning, trying to flirt with her, but most of them were stopped by Ling shouting's cold glance. However, some still ignored him. A young man who claimed to be the third son of the Zhan family leered at Gu Ning and loudly said to others that he could provide her with a good life if she was willing to satisfy his sexual needs. This time, not only did Gu Ning feel humiliated, but Ling shouting was also furious. No man could accept that his beloved girl was sexually insulted by another man in a public place. Therefore, the second the young man finished his sentences, Ling shouting kicked his stomach with great force. The young man was kicked away and didn't fall on the ground until his body flew 3 meters away in the air. At the same time, his loud screams of pain attracted attention from everyone around the street. The young man could barely move after the heavy kick. Onlookers were all amazed by Ling shouting's strength. They had never seen anyone else who was able to kick an adult 3 meters away before. Afterwards, they were all surprised that Ling shouting dared to hurt the young man who was the third son of the Zhan family. The Zhan family was an influential family in HK after all. Nevertheless, the third son of the Zhan family was notorious for his strong sexual desire and disrespect for women. In that case, nobody showed any sympathy for him. Instead, they all stood aside watching the scene. Lord Zhan. 2 men who came here with Lord Zhan were scared. If anything bad happened to Lord Zhan, the Zhan family would blame them for everything without doubt. Their families weren't as influential as the Zhan family after all. Seeing Lord Zhan still lying on the ground in great pain, one of the 2 men glared at Ling shouting and threatened him. How dare you hurt Lord Zhan? The Zhan family won't let you get away with it. Ling shouting gave him a cold glance which frightened him. Thinking of what Lord Zhan had been through, he didn't dare to say another word, in case he was kicked too. This is what you get if you dare to humiliate my girl. Leng Xiaoting said in a cold tone. He didn't care about the Zhan family at all. After that, he held Gu Ning's hand and was about to leave. The two men, however, were anxious. If Leng Xiaoting was gone, the Zhan family would punish them. Even though they knew that Leng Xiaoting wasn't someone they could mess with, they had to stop him now. You can't leave. Leng Xiaoting squinted at them. Do you want to have the same treatment as him? The two men trembled in fear. They obviously didn't want to have the same treatment as Lord Zhan, but they were more unwilling to bear the result of what had happened to Lord Zhan. You just kicked Lord Zhan, so you can't leave. We must call the police and the police will handle it. A man summoned up his courage and said. His voice was still trembling. Stand out of my way, or you'll be lying on the ground just like him. Leng Xiaoting ignored them and walked ahead. The two men were frightened and moved away at once. They didn't dare to stop Leng Xiaoting again, so Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning left. Lord Zhan wasn't able to move at all, but he could hear their talk. Seeing Leng Xiaoting leaving, he was ablaze with fury and fell unconscious the next second. The two men were in sheer panic now, and sent him to the hospital without delay. In the meantime, they also called Lord Zhan's second oldest brother. Lord Zhan's second oldest brother was a violent and cruel man. Once he heard the shocking news, he went to check the surveillance cameras at once to find out who had kicked his younger brother. Before long, Lord Zhan's second oldest brother focused on Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning. He also sent someone to stalk them. After having night snacks, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning left for the hotel. Gu Ning booked a suite at the Gonghao Hotel before she went to pick Leng Xiaoting up. However, right after they walked out of the night snack street, a group of aggressive, strong men surrounded them. Without a doubt, they must have been sent by the Zhan family. Besides, those men all seemed to be good fighters, which meant that the Zhan family didn't take them lightly. Leng Xiaoting was able to kick Lord Zhan 3 meters away. If the Zhan family didn't send many good fighters, they couldn't catch him. Unfortunately, they would still fail. Gu Ning couldn't help but think that trouble always found her. She wasn't an aggressive girl, but was often involved in trouble. If she weren't so excellent at martial arts, she would have been bullied countless times. Passers-by all stayed away from them, in case they were hurt. Without hesitation, the bunch of strong men moved near to Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning. They aimed to catch them. The moment they moved, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning attacked them as well. Someone called the police at once, but the police station refused to deal with it for the sake of Lord Zhan. Onlookers were all worried that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would be injured soon. However, to their surprise, the bunch of men was soon beaten down. It turned out that Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were much better than those men in a fight. Within several minutes, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning beat each of those strong men down. The two of them defeated over a dozen men in a violent fight. Once those men were beaten down on the ground, they could barely get back to their feet. Seeing that, everyone was shocked. I have no intention to act against the Zhan family, but Lord Zhan disrespected me first. We just taught him a lesson. If he wants to cause us trouble again, we won't be polite to him either, Gu Ning said in a cold tone. Although she didn't have many connections in HK, it didn't mean that she couldn't do anything about it. In fact, there was no need for her to deal with it on her own. She could directly set the evil Jiao free, and it could ruin the whole HK, including the Zhan family. Gu Ning already thought of an idea to use the evil Jiao to her advantage, and she was about to do so. The evil Jiao needed magical power for its inner discipline, so she could tempt it to help her with magical power. As for the male ghost, Gu Ning hadn't thought of a good idea to deal with it yet. If she failed to figure out a way, she would destroy it. Whether it was a good ghost or a bad one, it wasn't right for it to stay in this world. In addition, she had already taken away what it wanted to protect. Even if she set it free, it wouldn't let her get away with it. After that, Gu Ning held Leng Xiaoting's hand, walking away. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were gone, the leader of those men called Lord Zhan's second oldest brother at once and told him the result. Lord Zhan's second oldest brother was astonished by it, and believed that they couldn't be common visitors. If Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were common visitors, they wouldn't be so good at fighting. Thinking of that, Lord Zhan's second oldest brother hesitated. Although he was displeased that Gu Ning threatened him, he knew that he shouldn't cause trouble for his family. Anyway, he should learn more information about them first. Speaking of information on Gu Ning, Hong Yuehuan also got it an hour earlier. He was shocked to find out that Gu Ning was only 18 after reading the news about her on the internet. Given Gu Ning's outstanding ability and great achievements, no one was willing to mess with her. It wasn't easy to maintain a good relationship with her either. The moment Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were back in their room, Leng Xiaoting pressed her down on the bed, and they began to make love in the following hours. The next morning, both Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting stayed in bed late, because they had nothing important to do. And precisely because of that, Leng Xiaoting had sex with Gu Ning once more. Luckily, Gu Ning was full of energy, or she wouldn't be able to get out of the bed. Around 10 a.m. Gu Ning received He-Sin's call. He-Sin would come to pick her up at 12:30 p.m. It was still early, but she had to tell Gu Ning earlier than the appointed time. After hanging up the call with He-Sin, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got up. Gu Ning had told He-Sin that she was unwilling to show up with her real identity, because she didn't want her family to know about it. Therefore, she decided to disguise herself and use the name Tang Aining. He-Sin understood and agreed. In that case, Gu Ning began to put on makeup and dress herself like Tang Aining after she left the bed. Looking at the attractive, mature Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting almost lost control of himself again. They called Gao Yi and Xiaoya to join them for breakfast. When they met Leng Xiaoting, Gao Yi and Xiaoya greeted him with respect. "Nice to see you again, Lord Leng." After breakfast, it was just 12 p.m. Gu Ning told Xiaoya to buy 3 pairs of sunglasses. Except for Gu Ning, each of them would wear sunglasses. "You can be my bodyguards and the sunglasses can cover your faces," Gu Ning said. The 3 of them were all in black today, so it was very suitable for them to be Gu Ning's bodyguards. Leng Xiaoting had a special identity, but he insisted on going there with Gu Ning, so he had to disguise himself too. Even though Leng Xiaoting didn't care much about it, Gu Ning had to take care of him. "No problem," they said. Since it was Gu Ning's arrangement, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't reject. He-Sin called Gu Ning again at 12:30 p.m. She arrived at the hotel 10 minutes earlier, but didn't call Gu Ning until it was the appointed time. When she saw Gu Ning, He-Sin was greatly surprised, and almost didn't recognize her. Gu Ning had changed a lot. If it weren't for Gao Yi and Xiaoya who stood behind her, He-Sin wouldn't know that she was Gu Ning. "She's changed so much," He-Sin thought to herself. When He-Sin's sight fell on another man by Gu Ning's side, she was stunned by his handsome appearance. "Miss Gu, who is he?" He-Sin asked Gu Ning. He-Sin asked that question only to make sure that the new face was reliable because they were going to a very special meeting. Gu Ning also understood. "He's my boyfriend. Please don't worry about it," Gu Ning said with a smile. He-Sin relaxed and left with them. She had driven alone to pick Gu Ning up as usual, and the car was a MPV. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the casino, which was under control of the He family. It was also the largest casino in HK, but it was still not as good as the one in City M. City M was one of the top 4 gambling cities in the world after all, which was the real heaven of gamblers. The gambling industry of HK was just half of that in City M. He Hongjia was the gambling magnate in HK, while there was another gambling magnate in City M. The gambling magnate of City M was also more influential than He Hongjia, but they minded their own business. They weren't allies nor enemies. Normally, when there was a huge gap between 2 people, it was hard for them to be enemies, because the stronger one didn't care much about the weaker one, while the weaker one didn't dare to annoy the stronger one. It also depended on their wits and ambition. Some ambitious people let ambition get the better of them so that they would do something they shouldn't do. Because it was the anniversary of the He family's casino, and the competition between the He brothers would also be held today, many people of different social status showed up. When Gu Ning's group arrived, it was around 1 p.m., and the competition would begin at 2 p.m. Therefore, He-Sin guided them to have a rest in the VIP lounge. They still needed to talk about something in private. They walked through the exclusive passage for the He family members, so others didn't see them. He Xin poured cups of tea for them after they were seated, then said to Gu Ning, "We'll play 3 forms of gambling today. One is sick bo, which is the routine. As for the other 2, each of the 2 parties can propose one, so you can choose the form you're best at. Each form of gambling will be played for 10 rounds. Whoever wins the most money wins the game. It's not up to how many times you win. As for the bet, 2 parties in the game can do a deal about it. If you're willing to pay for the chips yourself, you take the money you win back home. If you need my family to do that for you, the money you win will belong to us. It's up to you. I can buy the chips myself." Without doubt, Gu Ning was going to make money for herself. He Xin agreed and thought that it was a better idea. It wasn't because she didn't trust Gu Ning, but because she knew little about her till now. If Gu Ning was willing to pay the money herself, she would devote herself to the game. As for the forms of gambling, Gu Ning didn't know much about it. She was confident that she wouldn't lose while playing sick bo, and slot machine was another one with which she could make a fortune. Accordingly, she asked, "Can I choose slot machine?" Hearing that, He Xin was surprised. It was a choice but was also a little childish. "Of course you can," He Xin said. When it was 1:30 p.m., He Xin received a call and walked out. After a while, she came back with He Hongjia. He Xin introduced them to one another. He Xin had told He Hongjia that their helper was only 18, but Gu Ning showed up like a mature woman named Tang Aining today, which confused him. He Xin then explained the reason to him. He Hongjia understood because it was indeed a dangerous task. If Gu Ning won today, it was likely that she would be in great trouble. Although He Hongjia still had doubts, he chose to trust Gu Ning. Gu Ning was his best and only choice now after all. He Hongyuan arrived when it was 20 minutes away from 2 p.m., and there were about 20 bodyguards around him. He walked ahead of all them, followed by a 30-year-old man and He Ishi. A lot of people were aware of today's scheme, but nobody dared to say anything about it. "Isn't the man following behind Master Hongyuan, Fan Jihao?" "It is." Fan Jihao used to be the second apprentice of the gambling magnate in City M, but he betrayed his master and was chased away. Even though he was notorious for his character, he was really good at gambling, and had learned many skills from the gambling magnate of City M. Did Master Hongyuan invite Fan Jihao to play the game on behalf of him? It couldn't be more obvious. It seems that the gambling magnate is in danger now. I heard that the gambling magnate is losing his hearing. I think the gambling magnate could have invited someone to help him too. Right. Neither He Hongjia nor He Hongyuan would play the game in person today, because He Hongjia was losing his hearing, while He Hongyuan didn't want to make any mistakes, although he was also skilled at gambling. Therefore, Gu Ning would attend the competition on behalf of He Hongjia, and Fan Jihao would represent He Hongyuan. Gu Ning was still absent now, so no one knew who would help He Hongjia. In He Hongyuan's eyes, he believed that He Hongjia had to play the game in person, because he had a spy by He Hongjia's side. What he didn't know was that the spy was already exposed, and He Hongjia told them that he would play the game in person on purpose to cover his real plan. He Hongyuan and the others sat at the right side of the central gambling table in the hall. Fan Jihao was seated in the middle of the first row, and He Hongyuan along with He Ishi sat at his sides. This gambling table was set for today's game. "Where is He Hongjia? Why is he still absent?" He Hongyuan said loudly. He made it sound like He Hongjia was scared of him. "Master Hongyuan, why rush? It's not 2 p.m. yet." At this moment, a man in his early 30s walked over. He was the eldest son of the He family, He Ishao. He Ishao didn't seem worried or nervous at all, not because he was able to calm himself down, but because his father just told him that they had invited a talented gambler to help them out today. Although they weren't sure that she was going to win today, they were confident. He Hongyuan was He Ishao's uncle, but He Ishao called him Master Hongyuan ever since they became enemies. "It has nothing to do with time but manners," He Hongyuan said. In fact, he couldn't wait a second longer to take over the He family's business.